And you had some startling discoveries about the swarm, at least according
And
to Sarah. Uh, at this point, you now have basically an area called Sector 1 that is safe from the swarm. That includes the section of the portals and the Citadel. Citadel is the heart of it.
and the construction crew were building shops and all that.
You basically have set about sending out about, 50 skeletons. I think only,
Yeah.
how many lieutenants do you have? 2? 3?
Yeah,
Okay.
2.
So you
2
have
of them.
basically 48 individual, one hit points, one HD of hit points, skeletons wandering around doing these
Yeah.
things under the supervision of the lieutenants, because they can only follow one command at a time, such as carry that brick over there or pick that up. So,
Mm-hmm.
so instead of having to worry about that, you can just have the lieutenants would have the orders of get these skeletons to clear out such and such an area. It'll take a while to do.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you currently have members of one of the clans of the nearby Cobalt tribe. A handful of them, about 20 altogether, currently residing in the Nexus. 2 of which have made themselves at home in the. I guess the best way I describe it as the council chambers. You guys can name it whatever you want, and I'll follow suit if you like. And you have 3 slaves / prisoners still left: a lizard folk,
Yeah.
a hobgoblin, and a warg.
And I believe all the
And you have
goblins behind us.
and you have 2 goblins also listed as citizens.
Okay, and they're also browned with the Watcher's Eye.
Yeah. So now it's a new day. What would you guys like to do?
Do you guys have any long-term goals or things that we can do right now?
Do you mean long-term or do you mean medium-term?
I think medium-term, session-term, maybe. I don't know. Do we have any immediate plots we want to try to resolve?
Well, it's a risk if we go back and go to the west, or was it the east?
East.
Let's see, east.
East. And try to figure out the calling, but
I mean,
But that's apparently been going on for 100 years now. So
it can wait.
yeah.
you also have the quest that originally brought you to Darkhaven. Whether you wish to continue on that or not is up to you.
I don't think I was on whatever quest that was.
I come from
Yeah,
Darkhaven.
Pretty much only 3 people in the party have any ties to that, and whether or not they care about finishing it or not, especially now that they have a world called this city here, is up to them.
I was thinking we go get the rest of the kobolds to join us in our new Hector.
Well, some will definitely want to join eventually. The majority of them are fine living in the mountains, sending the majority of the clans that live out there. Other members of this particular clan might join. Other members of other clans that have sent out their scavenger parties might be interested in joining your new society, but the majority of them are quite happy living the way they are.
Doesn't hurt to advertise.
Yeah.
Or coerce.
Basically, the more you build up your city here, the more types of people you might gain in. Kobolds, for example. I hadn't actually intended it, but when I was coming up with the ideas for the finalization of the Nexus, because I had so many iterations of what the Nexus was going to be, all sorts of different things, and eventually landed on, how about instead of an already established city, I make it a wasteland city that you guys get to restore, and therefore do what the hell you want with. That's even better than my original plans of it. And when I came up with the kobolds, it didn't even occur to me that how they would look until some weeks later, a week or two later, when I was thinking to myself, I was like, hey, I wonder how many things in the Nexus remind me of the Fallout 4 game I'm playing. And then I suddenly realized, wait a second, the kobolds are organized into two main groups inside their tribes. They're organized into these shield people and these scholarly intelligent people. Yeah, that's the Brotherhood of Steel, for God's sakes. Why are the kobolds the Brotherhood of Steel?
These kobolds are smarter than the Brotherhood of Steel, and they have a native penalty to int.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically I unintentionally turned them into the Brotherhood of Steel, but basically that kind of helps. Like they think of them as kobolds, except sort of the Brotherhood of Steel, but not as friendly.
I just realized we could probably use this lizard folk to go enslave its entire race.
What?
How so?
Because remember, it knows the lizard folk knows where its people are. I have a spell to get that knowledge.
That
Oh,
would
you mean
require a traveling way far away from here through Darkhaven.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything anyway.
Yeah.
So Sector 1 includes the portal.
Yes. Includes
Area.
portal in the Citadel area.
We could always go on a mission to check the conduits that we need to repair, and to see what we need to repair them, so we get that vital information.
Yeah, that's definitely possible.
Yeah.
So the bigger question is do you guys want to roleplay stuff stuff out before you fix up the area around the Citadel, or do you wish to do stuff just while it's repairing?
Our population is like 20. I mean, there's...
22. That's not including the leadership people.
I would argue that our population is in the negatives.
Oh, okay. If you want to be... Whatever.
Because right now you don't have much in the way of feeding them. They're still, exporting things for food. The Medusa is the only one that basically controls the other side of the portal at the moment because she's the one that bought it. But she can bring in food over time. You guys are the only ones that can carry around everybody rations. Nobody else can really eat them. And it's not like you have a legitimate way of getting more of them at the moment. And even if you did, the majority of people outside of adventurers do not look at them as food. They look at them as like poisonous or bland food that'll just slowly starve their spirits.
They're literally scavenging throughout ruins. Come on.
No, you might be able to get some people temporarily interested in it, but it's not a lot.
I'll cast prestidigitation to flavor it. There.
Okay.
That doesn't work.
And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna send a gray render to inside the other side of the portal and capture food.
So you're just gonna let your zombie or skeleton thing wander around freely?
I don't think it's got enough brains to be able to hunt things anymore.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
why I'm gonna use another of my gems.
What the hell is that? Fire strike? I'm sorry.
You look at your spells.
I just found flame strike.
Okay, so Sharky.
Oh yeah.
You know what? In order for them to take... Okay. This is gonna be annoying, but alright.
Just for push talk.
Okay. My last skeleton inside my bag.
I think our best bet when it comes to feeding this city, and it's going to be hella complicated because feeding cities is like the hardest part of having a city. I think we need like subterranean farms run by the undead.
We can make undead farmers.
Yeah. Because we can't fish, I don't think.
You're not close enough to the waterway to be able to fish now.
Not
Well,
yet.
yeah. Even if we extend our sectors all the way out so that we can get to the water, fishing is still going to be a super hassle because the swarm are going to make it real difficult, I think. Because it means you can't... Yeah, you can't range very far.
Do we know if the swarm got... did they...
It's only 2 kilometers out.
What was that?
Did the swarm attack undead?
No.
Seems that-
No, but as I said, Sarah ended up with some rather unsettling information.
It seems like they're attracted to the swarm.
Does the shadows though? Is the undead too?
I do not know about the general undead, just mostly of the shadows, but I'm gonna keep that hypothesis as a standard for all, just to be safe.
Can the swarm be made by warlock?
I don't know, but I'm gonna give another lieutenant, use 10 black gems, so it'll be able to control the Grey Render skeleton.
Okay. So you're gonna have some supervision around it, though it's another undead.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's gonna go under the control for the undead lieutenants. It's gonna take quite a big chunk out of it, because it takes a full 20. Okay, switching that out of mind to that. Okay.
I have 13 undead.
You can only have one undead lieutenant at any time.
Huh?
You can only have one undead lieutenant at any
She's-
time.
Even as a dread necromancer. Wait a second.
It's in the spell. It's in the spell for undead lieutenant.
Okay, then
Yeah.
then that's not a good thing because she'd already tried to make 2.
Then the first one collapsed.
Well, then you'd have to choose where you want your lieutenant to be.
You know what? I think I'll just send this with it. It'll be able to.
You also need to cast undead lieutenant on a undead that already has int 5 or more.
Yeah. Okay, hold up real fast.
Which would be
I
none
don't-
of the skeletons because they were all just minor things.
Yeah, well, skeletons don't retain their intelligence anyway. I think that shadows are are intelligent undead. The issue is that they can't speak, which makes it difficult for them to
Yeah.
command things. Things that don't think that drowned are intelligent. They might be though.
Hmm.
I'll look it up if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah, basically, I'm just trying to figure out ways of. We've currently got this basically supervision going on over the skeletons because they can only carry out
I can have the
command
minor.
at a-
I can have the minor shadows, the baby shadows.
They still need to be able to speak.
Drowned
that's
have
fair.
int at 9, so they should be fine.
Okay, so you can turn one of the drowned into a lieutenant. That'll work.
Could he talk like in bubble speak?
I can have the 2 drowned be supervising, but one of them is giving the orders to the other drowned. And that's telling the other ones.
Drowned can speak common and abyssal, so presumably they can speak well enough to be heard.
Yeah.
That'll work. Drowned can serve as the not lieutenant necessarily except like one of them, but they can serve as focal points for the other undead to keep them in line.
Okay, so
That'll work.
and the lieutenant drown. Okay.
So we have at least one drone, possibly 2, mining over the skeletons who are currently building Sector 1, and another one has gone off with the Grey Render for gathering better meat sources back in your world. Well, back in Dark
Yeah.
Kingdom, anyway.
Yeah, because there was a total. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take those out of my conclusion right now. Undead away. Okay, so I put the drowned as away. So I won't be able to call upon them.
Okay. And so, first up, concerning your city governance, right now, if you guys are just going to be wandering around, the Medusa and the 2 kobolds are going to start taking up that responsibility. If you guys wish to have more input in this, you're going to have to sit down now and figure out what the governance is going to be of this city.
Well, it's just there's not much to govern in the first place right now. I mean,
It's still
Yeah,
got
there
the
isn't
20
much, but it
civilians.
will be for the future. It'll be basically how to set things up with people and how to get in and out of the field, for example.
Yes, I guess we should set that up. Because if it would allow us to get in and out of the field much easier than forcing our will to go through.
So is this like just political, or is this, political also mixed with guys who have control over the defensive force field?
Both.
I think we don't want to give up the defensive force field. My
No,
character
I-
doesn't care much about politics, but she'd
No.
rather not be trapped outside with the swarm.
I say,
this-
I say, we should have like a
council
kind
meeting?
of form.
I'm more resourceful than being trapped outside.
Yeah, I vote for a higher council kind of way of controlling things. Us being on top, then we could have some other people that are advisors.
I say the Medusa would be a great advisor.
I do my eyebrow thing again.
I mean,
Because
This is the
for
one
all of us who is in the main party, we could all be the higher ups because we could all state our opinions.
The Medusa could be like the advisor from her portal, and every other portal could have a new advisor.
I mean, I don't want to give up any power here to the Medusa lady. However, she may well not want to give up any power to us. We should probably ask her
Considering
about
she's
this.
the one with the book that
Yeah.
unlocked this place. She's the one that actually cast the spell to get in here. It's more of a matter of she's letting you have power.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
what do you think our will save is? I bet we can command her. We can take her. I
I
believe
do
it.
not want to make an enemy of someone that
Are you
could
go-
turn
are
us
you-
down.
Are you going to try Charmer again?
I don't think you can turn people to stone if they're undead. So you just have the Grey Render pick her up and slam her into unconsciousness.
Yeah,
The
what level
Render's not
stone
currently
flesh?
in the area.
It's true. Fluffy?
Yeah, I send Fluffy away to get food.
Yes, it worked. You're finally referring to it as Fluffy.
Who has the highest diplomacy in the group?
That'd be
Me.
I
Sarah.
think I'm
Alright,
charismatic character.
let's figure out what the Medusa wanted from Teleporter. What was her goal from getting here?
Medusa didn't even know it was on the other side. I think we're giving the Medusa too much credit.
So
It is true.
she might not have any interest in the city itself.
No. Just because
Yeah.
you don't know that the city's going to be there doesn't mean you don't want to own the planet that you get to.
That is
I'm
true.
not saying she doesn't want the stuff. I'm just saying she's not some hyper archmage who knew everything that was here.
What if she wants you to think that? Hmm?
But we could be fair. We could talk to her and tell her that we were the ones who secured the spot afterwards. We're giving her a point of power by being a advisor.
I think that we just probably want to set up a voting block. So
Yeah.
if she's
I think
willing
that I-
to agree to it, her vote versus our combined vote are equal. And then we just split the governance in two. And then once we get settled in and stuff, we can mind control her and then basically just coup de grace.
I suppose.
Sorry, coup d'etat.
I'm trying to avoid the whole trying to fight creatures and destroy us.
But we just
I can't hear you. Your
Her
microphone's
Whitburger.
going dead.
he's saying that he doesn't want to fight her, that the bitch could turn us to stone.
Yeah, that is true.
But how
Couple
about we
of
do
them,
this?
turn us back from- Don't worry.
Once we're gone, like if we're off traveling, she could take a point, but once we're back, we are we are in command.
Yeah, but she's not going to let us be in command ever because, like,
Or
why would
is
she?
she?
That's
We
what
did
we
not
don't- we
know
don't
unless we
know.
talk it out.
We're assuming.
We should talk to her then.
Let's talk to her.
Yes. I call a round table in my bedroom, which is naturally the control room.
The Medusa, who's now dropped the illusion of legs, and you can see that she's actually more serpentine than originally seen, has established herself at a command table, and at one of the command points on the table, and is busily looking through something. Two of the kobolds, the same two from earlier, are staged around her. One of them is looking interestedly at what she's doing. The other one is pretty much looking like she's ready to guard the Medusa. The shieldy one is.
Mhm. I'm also going to have the undead act as guards at the door, not letting anybody else in but us, so we can only hear this discussion, and the shadows just look around, just in case anybody's eavesdropping.
I'm going to whisper to Sarah, we might want to concede, like, sloped non-stairs for the woman that doesn't have any legs, because she might find it difficult getting up and down the citadel.
He's handy.
It's just a
capable.
possibility.
That is true.
I mean, it's a good bargaining chip, I think.
Yep. I'm gonna have the fastest one of my undead is the Boneclaw. Relay that information to the construction crew real fast.
Let it never be said that we don't, cater towards the handicapped.
Well, she's clearly not handicapped. She got up here easily enough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're making
Consider
an
it.
assumption there.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I guess I'll step up forward first and ask her, "Hey, what up, Snake Lady? You got
Oh
a
my
cat?"
god.
Ma'am, for just informal introductions, may we get your name, finally?
My name is Stinthair. She
Stinthair?
pronounces it like a Stinthair. She pronounces it more like a hissing noise more than I can actually accomplish.
Stinthair.
Stinthair.
Okay.
Are you in the middle of anything important, or shall we discuss the future of our beautiful new Hector?
Is that what you're calling it? She says.
I mean, I suppose.
Well,
What
we
are you
do
calling
be obliged to.
I'm thinking of it as the Nexus.
That sounds silly.
Sounds uselessly self-descriptive.
It is a junction point between many places. Seems appropriate to me.
It's
I know it
unoriginal
does,
enough to
but-
spark any imagination.
We do offer first calls, just to name stuff, even appointed to my undead. As you see, looks at, oh my god, I forgot your name.
Mythos?
Val.
Val. We called the Grey Render corpse that we got the bones of it, named it Fluffy.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking you were talking about the about one of the other people. Sorry.
I thought it was the Bone Claw. I wanted the Bone Claw to be called Fluffy.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
bone
Can we-
claw's the
can we call
exact
it
opposite of Fluffy. That's why we called it Fluffy. Or at least I
Yeah.
assume we called it
Yeah,
Fluffy.
I'm a great fan of irony,
The bone claw is called Fluffy.
No, the
I mean-
Bone Claw's name is Jeff.
Oh, okay.
I'm just playing. Reiterate that to the Bone Claw.
I send it to a bone club. His name is now Fluffy.
Basically, we get to call this new Hector because Manifest Destiny.
Yes. It brings joy. And something a pivotal called the Nexus might be a treasure point for other people that would like to take it over.
Nobody wants to take over new Hector.
Well, don't make it sound awful.
Have you looked around? It's a dead city populated by kobolds, diseased goblins, and an unstoppable nightmarish feeding frenzy every night.
And don't
Don't forget
mean,
about
don't-
the scavengers, she says, looking back at her work.
Mm.
Yes, that is true. There are scavengers which we would have to talk to, and they either join us or become, well, part of the shield.
Yes. Very
In
good.
any
It's
case,
good of
nice.
you to have gathered up the material for the shield.
Yes. Which we would like to discuss a democracy now, so we could get this place up and running.
I think an oligarchy would be better terms. I mean,
Autocracy.
I suppose.
If it was an oligarchy, I would be owning it right now, she says. After all, I have
Quick.
more money than you.
I don't.
Can't buy anything with money here. I mean, money isn't the only source of power.
And I'm the only one who has the knowledge of the book.
That is true.
I
So-
mean,
Do you though? Is that written in some sort of extra mysterious language or what?
Now, let's not get all feisty of knowledge and power.
Yeah, I will whisper. I will whisper over to Mythos. Don't tell her we might be able to read the book.
She's insulting my intellect. I will not stand for that.
Look,
Yeah. We all have powers. We all have benefits.
All right,
But it would be more better for all of us.
I'll let Stintha read the damn book, okay? I'm just saying she should not insult my intellect like that.
But I
Yes,
suggest
and
all of
that
us
is-
should be working together and bettering this place. Because with
Yeah.
our divine powers, we should be able to get this place up and running.
Exactly. Good. Glad you see that way. Now, are you guys going to actually sit around here for a while and help, or are you just going to wander around the city again?
I'm gonna try to see if we can find the best possible way of reaching one of the conduits and seeing how we can fix it. But first, we need to get this place up and running, and so the people that are living here so far can have a better life.
Which is what we're currently working on. Just she
Yeah.
says, looking back up.
on,
That is what the revitalization project is all about. The one that I know that you started.
Yes, and we should. I believe one of my companions would like to have an input.
So I think. Firstly, do you have any plans with regards to this?
Well, it'd be good to open up some trading portals eventually. Right now, things are looking pretty bleak here, but eventually, if we open up several more of the portals, we should be able to facilitate trade between them.
What do we have to
We
trade?
need a higher-
No, silly. We become the Nexus, again, what I'm referring to as the Nexus, the
Mhm.
Nexus point for them to be able to trade, and as such, take a cut of the profits.
So tax them for
we're the middle
percentage
man.
of profits that they make.
We need a higher base population first. We can't enforce any laws with 20 kobolds and a pile of rubble.
Well,
Especially
that's
since
what
most
some of the
kobolds are
undead.
not warrior types.
That's why we also have some resting guards that can help us out with the undead.
I'll be back in a moment. Sorry.
I would feel better if we made the portal area look more hospitable before we open any more portals.
That is true.
Because they're going to come in, get terrified, and run away.
I know that is currently in progress as well. After all, you did build that one house or structure around the first portal that was opened, the one to Darkhaven. She looks over
Yes.
at Sarah for that.
Yep, that should be a checkpoint for them.
We need
Precisely.
more statues of Hector.
We don't have any statues of you currently.
Yes. Don't worry, Hector. You'll get a statue.
I want a statue of me making a statue of me making a statue of me.
No. You'll get a statue of you either in your armor or holding a bone.
A bone.
Yes.
I like that. Alright, so we're going to work on getting the remember the
Conduits.
what's it called, the fence, the conduits fixed to expand our influence and we're also going to work
The
on exploring the
conduits
portal
should
areas.
be a much more long-term project. After all, we have a lot to rebuild right here in this sector. We don't want to start opening up sectors and joining them here until we're ready to defend this area. Who knows what's in the next sectors? I've heard rumors already from the kobolds about some of the nasty things that are living in there.
That is true. But we do need the information on how to get those conduits up and running, though.
Yes.
Unless you have it in the book and if you're willing to share.
We'll get to that eventually. But for now, as I said, we should focus on fixing up this sector, making sure there's no nasty surprises waiting for us.
So what, do you think that we should sweep this sector with patrols to drive out anything that isn't willing to live peacefully with us?
Drive out, gather up, kill, sacrifice if needed, collect interesting materials. After all, that's what the kobolds originally came to this area for. They were gathering things up from the rubble.
But I do have to say, night patrols won't be possible as long as those things are out because they could influence my undead and getting them outside the portal. I felt this with one of my shadows.
We'll keep the
It
shadows
influences
suited
the
up for that.
undead, she asks.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Much like the
I
calling.
know.
I wonder if the same thing is happening here.
Maybe. But I haven't felt anything yet towards me, but
Well, that's good. I've heard that necromancers do not stay in Darkhaven anymore because of the calling. They tend to be called. She laughs. I do not know from personal experience, as I am not a necromancer.
yes. I was interested in going over there to find out the reasons why, but it does
Most
bring a
likely
risk
you
to
were
me and
being
my
called,
party.
even if it was just subconsciously. Now that you're here, I imagine that the effect of it is lessening against you.
I do not know, but I know my actions are mine so far. Because I still have one of my things I want to do. I would not throw that away. As I will reveal, I do want to see my homeland burned and destroyed. I want to see every one of my relatives that are left to be buried. But all the rest of the people there, even the children, I do not care. I wish to see them dead.
Another plane.
Plain.
Well, then,
A dimension is a thing like the 3 dimensions of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used
Another
to use
plane.
dimension in the same way, but never mind.
I feel that my wizard would say this because,
But-
as we've expressed, she's a
Definitely,
huge nerd.
definitely.
As we open different portals, I would warn you of
I started
this.
writing papers in my head, not actually written down, about time travel being more observable and understandable observing from 5th or 6th dimensions, rather than trying to figure it out in 3 or 4 dimensions. Especially with paradoxes. So they make no sense in 3 and 4 dimensions, but in 5th and 6th dimensions, it's much easier to understand where the paradox is happening. Never mind, I'll shut up about it now.
Okay. I would still give a warning. There is a dimension that sucks out all magic.
I think you mentioned this before we opened the portal. I mean, sorry, before I went through the portal in the first place.
Yes. So we would need to be prepared also at the hub. As it seems there's a creature living in there.
Well, I did not see anything when I went through either time. Did you?
No, but that's a good point. Maybe from this, maybe if it's towards my plane. Or maybe others, because I saw 3 different dimensions. Or 3 different other planes while going through. It seems like a focal point.
Perhaps that's what the portals actually do. They they do not linger in the space you speak of, and instead link point to point. Much the way a tunnel cuts through the inside of a mountain rather than having to force somebody to go around it.
Yes, but recalling of how we got there, we did enter a portal that was inscribed and all that.
Do you know how to get back? Get back to your home?
I do, but I do not wish to return there yet,
Alright.
as I must gain further strength and comrades, allies, friends.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You can be late. Oh, I also revealed that the Medusa, in terms of illusions, also had an illusionary lower set of legs. She actually has a long serpent's lower half of a body.
As if you guys would see me slip into this calling, I would suggest a warning. Ask me what my goal is, and if I do not answer correctly of what I told you, then there's a problem.
I mean, it's perfectly possible someone mind controls you and lets you keep the gold just to avoid suspicion, as long as the gold doesn't run counter to their own goals. I
I do
mean,
not give up my will easily.
You might not even know about it. The calling.
I'm just saying it's not an absolute litmus test.
Yes. As also my second in command with my undead, I'm gonna have Dagoth enter. May also know a change. And
Cool.
it will be my will for him to tell you if something has changed.
Will he be staying here away from you when you return to Darkhaven then?
I do not know yet. I'm still planning things out. So we can guarantee the future of this place first.
So should we start writing up like lists and get organized? Because
Yeah.
I ain't about that life.
GM, his comments. First, how do you want the government to go? Do you just want us to form a council, which will be the easiest thing to do? Do you want to have force rule of force the way that you were earlier describing? One person in charge with advisors, everyone else being advisors. Do you wish it to be a full democracy where everybody living in the city gets to vote on shit?
I say we should have a council because all of us are like a PowerPoint.
Council
And-
of Democracy, Sarah will win every time. Or she gives us her undead to vote for against her.
Non-sentients don't get a vote. I'm putting my foot down there.
Wow, racist.
That is really
Racist.
Dagoth counts as a sentient being.
So does the Bunclaw and the Drowned. They have intelligence.
they all have intelligence.
They have greater than 3 intelligence?
Except that the Boko
Yes.
and the Drowned are completely subservient to your will and therefore do not get votes. Dagoth, on the other hand, now has his own independent will, therefore can operate independently. He's just loyal to you. As such, he can get a vote.
Anyhow, I made some little rough drafts about how I wanted to do this. I mean, just because I was thinking we'd do our little council oligarchy thing, except we'd have 2 people we'd sort of divide the city up into like economics, warfare, and so on, and each of us would personally head one of these divisions, and we'd be a council as a whole. So we'd each have our one sphere of influence that we had, except the council as a whole could veto it if they think it was going off the rails.
What influence do you wish?
I was thinking I'd be more on the economic side. I was thinking our necromancer seemed to be pretty warlike. We had a diplomat because he's such a lovely fellow.
Thank you.
I can't find one.
behind his ear, and then you can see his tail wag.
Is that what's happening?
Yep.
Mhm.
Where in the world did it go? Well, that's just the basic outline. I lost my parchment.
I want to be Parks and Recreation.
I can't
Medusa
picture.
does not seem to be agreeing with you, so she holds up a hand. Considering I bankrolled this operation, why would you be economics?
You can be Empress.
I do not wish to be
Look,
empress.
did you have a plan for the
Damn it.
economic development?
Maybe we
I
can
mean-
have 2 sides of the economic.
Oh, we could have
How about this?
local economics and Nexus trade economics.
It might be easier to just have everybody in this room gets a vote, especially as to who gets to be on the council after as well. adding new people in, and everybody in here therefore gets influence over stuff.
Into this council.
I just
Diluting our power further. I mean, really.
I just want to be the greeter by the gates with the scepter and the crown, and yelling, "Welcome to New Hector."
Oh,
That's why you're the
So you want to be a mascot?
an adorable mascot.
What else would you want coming in? An undead horde or a dog greeting people with a scepter and a crown?
Oh, yeah.
You do.
That is very
You do
mascot.
evaluate. You do come up with a good point, though.
Dogs are cute.
So I think that we've managed to finally grind down the Medusa's resistance with our constant inanity, so she's offered us equal position with her. I think we've done well here.
She's already been offering equal position with her. She was just saying that it doesn't. It seems like foolishness to try to say that one person in this room is responsible for all this and all that, instead of just saying everybody gets a vote on in this room on everything.
Yeah, I think that
Deciding as a group
until we have a significant bureaucracy, it's not
Yes.
important that we devolve power down into specific cabinet positions.
That's why I was sort of hesitant on the whole thing right now. We
Parks and
are.
recreation, though, that's what I'm doing.
We
That's why I
established
kept bringing
that.
up the only 20 people.
We established that we all get a vote
Yeah.
and a say into what goes and what doesn't.
Is everybody's vote equal?
Everyone on the council. Everyone else doesn't even matter. I mean,
Are you alright with this, Cynthia? I mean, sorry,
Cynthia.
I feel it's difficult
Slinky.
for me to pronounce your name.
Slinky's
I could
fine.
turn into a
Okay, hold on.
troglodyte and get it easier, but 1 second.
Do you guys see that?
The new Nexus government?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
can't see anything new there yet.
Yeah.
Good. I was just making sure you guys could see it though, because I'm basically putting together a handout so that everybody can actually have be able to see it as stuff is added.
I like the idea that people are just going to randomly put in, like,
No,
and this
it's,
is the new amendment.
In all players' it's in all players' journals. But it's not editable by anybody specifically, unless you want to appoint somebody other than me to edit it.
I had plans, but apparently our division of power isn't.
Look, you
people
can't
don't
just
want to
amend the
have to-
Constitution all you want.
You people just don't want to have the responsibility of your sectors. I was full on. I had tax rates beginning to be planned out. Whatever. don't care about-
Keep those in mind, okay? Keep those down just in case for a backup conclusion and solution.
Wait, does that mean we have to pay tax?
No, we didn't
No.
pay taxes.
No, but other people will have to pay taxes eventually. But you'll need to
Yay.
you'll need to figure out what the taxes are going to be. Because at the moment, the only thing the kobolds understand is food when it comes to that.
Yeah,
or
I
occasionally
think that we
finding
need to get
stuff,
food.
but
I guess we should also teach the kobolds of what taxes is and what money is.
Teach the
So,
kobolds about taxes. Give me all of your clothes. This is
It'll be more of a-
civilization now.
It'll be more of a tithing system anyway. We'd rather have a flat tax, just to.
It reminds me of the good old days of colonialism, when you could just turn up and make people understand about taxes and things.
So, all of our points equal that we all get to say so.
Does anyone have veto power?
if you want to appoint somebody as
Hector.
the chief to have veto power over things, you guys can decide amongst yourselves if you want to have one person do that.
I vote for Hector to have veto power.
Wait, what is veto power?
That means if he doesn't like something, he can stop it, and nobody else cares, or nobody else gets a vote on that.
I don't think if he's part of the council, I think veto power is a bit excessive.
Oh, can you upload a picture?
You've made an enemy for
But-
life here.
But I do say Hector should have this veto power because he is the purest heart out of all of us. He is simple. He is kind.
Wow. People simple.
He also that laws may not.
All right, we can give Hector veto power for now, but I reserve the right to remove it at a later date.
As we should establish
Oh,
later
okay.
on, we should be getting ready.
Okay. See,
And-
you say that, but in my head, my character's like, yes, but anytime you want to remove it, Hector's going to veto it.
No.
My plan.
I already stated you can't veto the veto removal vote. The veto vote.
And
You can't veto the veto vote. Anyhow.
Oh.
as for
I see.
now, once everything starts getting populated, then we should establish later on in the later point of a more advanced civilization.
Look in chat.
All right. I think we've established that we are all members of a council, so we all have power, and now we can get out and actually make this place more than a garbage dump. So,
Agreed.
go kill
Can
some
I ask
crap.
how much of my gold it'll cost to melt it down to make a crown and scepter?
I can make you a scepter. I've got craft jewelry. I'm fantastic.
Yeah, Mythos will be able to tell you that stuff because he's got the jewelry stuff ability.
Right. Just let me know how much it is. I'll see about it.
Let's see. Gosh, what book was that in?
Okay, so you guys don't want to worry about figuring out money yet. You don't want to worry about other stuff. Any other laws you wish to enact right now versus later?
We're gonna say no murder at the moment. just as a provisional rule, I guess.
No random murdering. You must have a probable cause.
As in self-defense, if somebody attacks you, you are able to use lethal force. If
Yeah.
necessary. They should get it
I've
right.
got these
to
10
self-defense.
commandments here. I think that this sounds like a good move. Especially because one of these commandments is like, don't disobey us. I like it.
Which one?
Well, I mean, there are what?
Respect your elders.
Mhm.
There are 7 of us. We have 20 citizens. I think for the time being, we can judge any case that comes forward. That's like, if everyone commits a crime, we can do like 3 people each. Until we get more people, we are the law, and we are the sword.
So,
Yay.
considering you have prisoners, that also mean that slavery is allowed, or is it a only for you guys sort of thing?
If you come
And if you-
in with your own slaves, they're yours to keep. You cannot force new slavery in the land here.
So, no, basically, what you're saying is no hereditary slavery.
Hmm.
No one can be
Yeah.
born a slave in this land. Is basically what I mean by that.
Yes.
People are not the ones that.
Even if the slave gets birth in here, I believe the child should be considered free because it's
Exactly.
our land.
Yes.
That sounds appropriate
Which-
to me.
Which might give birth to anchor slaves.
Who are we allowed to
babies.
eat, though?
Are you allowed to eat? Are you going to allow cannibalism of living people, or simply the dead? If you try to outlaw the dead, the eating people that have already died, you will piss off the kobolds because the kobolds are used
As
to
I see-
eating each other when they're
The
dead.
reason I ask is because we don't actually have any food. Well,
See, with-
there are
I have
some. I mean,
food,
there's rats. Sometimes they can be found. For the most part, the kobolds live off stuff that's grown underground, or like rats or things that they sometimes run into in scavenging. Like occasionally they'll eat other scavengers, for example, that they kill. But,
As I see with some cultures of some creatures, like how kobolds eat
Yeah.
each other for survival, I believe that should say they should be able to do that. That is their culture.
but
So
what I'm saying is, are you going to outlaw, farming sentient beings, which also would be slavery as well, or are you just going to allow the eating of the dead?
I think we should allow the eating of the dead, but if you kill them to make them dead, the killing is still a crime.
Okay, so no sentient farming.
so if you hit them on the road, you have to go on and you have to wait for the person behind you to pick it up.
Basically,
No.
I guess.
Okay,
roadkill.
so murder is outlawed, no hereditary slavery, and no sentient farming. Anything else you wish to add right now?
Thievery. I don't think we should allow thievery. It goes badly.
Yeah, if you cause
Thieves will get their hands cut off.
Yeah, cut off their hands.
You're going to agree to cutting off a hand of a thief.
Not this moment, because of the rules in this system.
We'll start off with warnings, but if you are caught multiple times, you will be disarmed, literally.
Hmm.
They'll probably join Sarah's army.
I say a certain number of crimes, you become slaves of the state. I mean,
That works
that's my
too.
opinion.
We could do
That's
that.
fine,
Actually, that'd be a lot better.
That happens
Yeah,
in
I'll
the
go
United
with
States
that.
all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Private prisons.
I approve of chain gangs. Let's go.
As I see, no other authority should be harmed, and no acts of other people who are in power should be harming each other.
Basically, I don't think we need to make individual laws because there are so few people that if
Yeah.
they have problems, they will come to us in the way that
Yeah, I'm just saying some
kings
of
are
the
supposed
major
to hold
laws
court
when it
like
comes to new players coming in, they should be able to see some of the major laws that come about.
Yeah, and no political figures or people who are in power, like out of the party, could harm another party member.
I say we also create, like, just for the later on, if people do get mad at each other, we could create public dueling areas.
Ooh.
Oh, dueling is always going to be a terrible way to go.
Oh, yeah.
But
If
some
people don't
people-
like your political policies, they're going to kill you as a really bad system of governance.
we're
That's
not
what I'm saying.
we're not part of those.
No
These
political
are-
power or
No, I've always
I
go
mean,
with if
people in
both people
general.
agree to a duel, it's fine
Yeah.
as long as you can decline a duel without losing face. But the problem is when people are forced into duels, that's bad.
Yeah, we're not doing forced duels. This is people both agreeing to settle it with a duel.
And have the laws written up saying, okay, we both agreed to this, only one of us will come out of it alive, and let it be public. That would be nice.
as I see,
Well-
it shouldn't be to the death.
Well, we could have both. We could have some areas that's just death duels. Some of them that are just gentleman duels where it's just the first hit or till you yield.
Just build an arena. That'll be good. But it won't be one of those things that won't be able to build it right away anyway.
Because you know how we're going to build a church, a dark one up here and a holy one down here.
Yeah.
We could have like the non-lethal duels in the holy area and the lethal duels over here by the unholy area.
Or make it ironic and switch where the duels are.
Well, I'm thinking the blood would kind of help to keep the area desecrated.
Yeah, I know.
More death for the blood god.
The question
I
is,
love the
who's
fact
gonna
that we're thinking
consecrate
about-
your land. You don't have anybody with you that can consecrate things.
Actually, he can
he's-
still cast a spell.
He's neutral.
Yeah,
Hector-
he can still cast a spell.
I mean, he's neutral evil, but he's still neutral.
Yeah.
He counts as evil though. He can't consecrate
Yes, he
anything.
does. That's not necessarily true.
By
You can be a good person and cast
by-
evil spell.
by my GM definition, you cannot consecrate if you're an evil cleric.
Oh no.
All right. I think
You
we're
can't
done for the
desecrate
laws.
a good cleric either.
We could hire a cleric from a different dimension to come in.
First, you need to make
Consecrate.
contact with them, and since you're the only place you know right now is Darkhaven, and Darkhaven does not have any of that,
I mean, there could be
was-
some.
Good realms have evil people. Evil realms should probably have a few good people.
Yeah,
I mean,
There's
yeah,
gotta
but
be some
it'll
underground
be
sites.
difficult finding one.
yeah.
In fact,
Hey,
I can
how
only
do you
think of
guys
one
not
person
know
who might be
I'm
able to
not
do
good?
that, but that'll be a
Uh,
while.
As I say, the church.
I think that we need to deal with the food problem first
Yeah.
of all,
Yes.
before anything else.
Yeah, the church ain't gonna feed us.
Yeah,
As
the
I
amount
say,
of kobolds you
um,
have, the amount of food that the Grey Render can get from the land that the Medusa bought should be enough to help out the small amount of kobolds you have in your current land, since you guys are all eating off of eternal rations. So you're good for yourselves. The big
I could
question
also-
is when you gather new scavengers, but first you'll have a place, new places to house them and everything.
I could also summon food.
Hector, would you mind be opposing for me to take some of the bodies that were meant for your armor? I will make those
Go,
internal farmers.
go
Oh,
ahead.
that's
I
right.
can't even.
That's right. You only have that's right. You only have
level
40 people. That's right. You only have 40 skeletons working on rebuilding stuff because you gave 10 skeletons to Hector. Forgot, and there's only 50 in that bottom area.
up. All right, let's go ahead because I can't even use that kind of bone armor yet until. Well, I can't really focus on the bone armor until I get thing.
Well, you can improve your bone armor right now because you did reach level. You did put another level into it.
Yeah, I still got to do the. What's this shit called?
Okay, I'm just gonna take 5 bodies. And I'm gonna re-task one of the drown.
Well, so we don't have any seeds, especially like I think that our best bet is to farm mushrooms and stuff underground because actually the arable land around here is all covered in ruins, and that will take a long time to.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
like. I'm reassigning one of the drown, so I'm gonna also ask if we could get the kobolds to dig underground since they are proficient miners.
Yeah, the kobolds will be fine with that, especially since they have spores and such and other underground sort of things that they can that they can bring from their home mountain.
And now our underground lair begins its construction.
Oh yes, infinite labyrinth of doom.
Yeah, now all of this stuff will take time. I'm seeing right now a timeline of about a month of getting the sector cleared. Crops up and running, irrigate some water collection. In that time, I can do a fast thing for you and give you guys a set amount of EXP and certain other items if you want, or we can just take it slow. Really up to you.
I wouldn't be opposed for a month time skip. Because then some of the stuff we could be done and we'll be able to do other stuff.
Yeah, like the building
yeah.
of those artifacts that the artificer is working on, for example.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't have any money though, so I can't benefit from the downtime in terms of artificer creating stuff. And I feel as though my character wouldn't just sit around for a month if she could go and kill things and take their stuff instead.
She wouldn't. I mean, you'd be basically. What I'm thinking of is I'd be setting each of you up with a building to do with what you want.
Oh, okay.
Like each building will have its own benefits or things in upkeep. I know that Yuki wants to build a dojo, and so that will help Yuki attract some students in eventually. But of course, dojos take some upkeep, and you need to have somebody to staff it eventually. One or two of you might want to have a house so you can store all of your stuff when you're not carrying it around. If somebody might want to store, and once you guys build up an economic space, right now would be not doing much of anything because you're not connected to any other portals, and the people from Darkhaven really don't know you exist here, though you might have gone in and gathered some people up, convinced them to come here. If you wish to build like a library with some stuff, you might be able to attract in some more scholars. So you might get some more scholarly kobolds to come join you, along with just some general information, plus an upgrade to your knowledge checks on things like Arcana and I guess knowledge local for this area and dungeoneering and such would go up.
Also want to work on making the portal area more lovely.
Aesthetically pleasing.
Yes.
So what do you guys think? What do you want to do?
All right. So I presume this is going to be pretty free form in terms of rules then,
Yeah.
unless you've got lots of plans for it.
Or you found some mysterious splat book, as there tends to be.
Oh, I have something. It's something mysterious and interesting to go with after you guys have decided what you want to do. Like you can put together a guild to help attract people in for that with some setup.
Yeah.
You can build like a tavern to entertain people that get more people in. You
Nothing
can
more
build
money for the
an
bar.
apartment you build an apartment building, and once you have an economy going, you can get money for rent for people to be safe here. That sort of thing.
I think what would be good during this one time skip if we're just staying inside the city borders. Some of us are.
We're all talking Sector 1 here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would have
yeah.
Dagos start helping with the construction while the Bone Cog could also go out and hunt for us.
Yeah.
I want to make an inn near the portals so people can, when they come, they can stay.
Okay, so basically, I'll give each of you a thing for whatever building in the Nexus. Hold on. No, Lyra, no. That's my old eye patch. Don't go near it. Sorry, I opened up something and my cat suddenly went over to it. Just grabbing a pen from a drawer. Cats. So I'll give each of you a thing for whatever building you want, whether that's going to be a house or anything. Building, and should be able to add whatever you want to it.
Mhm.
Hold on. It's gonna take a minute to get. Oh, okay. Darn! I cannot duplicate it. Okay, give one to Sarah, and then once we have that established, I can figure out where in the sector 1 to put it.
I
So,
would-
who wants to go first then?
Well, I can't edit it, so.
Yeah, hold on. My cat keeps getting in the way. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Lyra, leave that alone. Leave it alone, Lyra.
Yeah, it would probably take a month to get all of our buildings set up and all that.
Right now,
I mean, I
it's going to
think
say mysterious note. That's going to be what your building is going to entail. You can just write down what type of building you want, and we can also then add it to there. Like I said, guild, house, apartment, tavern. You might want to talk amongst yourselves. We can also leave this to. You've created this as between sessions, even though it's actually during happened during the session. If you want, just to save time, and we can go on to the adventure in a minute. So I do have an actual adventure for today.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe, but we should also get who built what, so we don't have duplicates.
Yeah. So just say in general terms what each of you's building. And I said right now I'm handing them out as mysterious note, but it's actually whatever building you want.
Okay.
Because it should be listed under Nexus above the Nexus government thingy.
Yeah.
And it's taking a long time because I can't duplicate them. I have to do them at each of the handouts manually.
Okay. So who would want to be doing what?
I'm going to in.
An inn? Okay, so Hector got the inn.
How hard would it be to do a secret volcano lair?
Too
No.
hard.
Basic stuff right now.
There's no volcanoes nearby.
Yeah,
Do you want a
basically
tavern?
think like inn, tavern, house, not a mansion, but a house with a couple of rooms, maybe an apartment because it's like up in the air and everything like that. It'll be like you have a couple families living in it, that sort of thing. Now at this point, I think everybody currently here should have a thing called mysterious note under there or
Yep.
building. If anybody didn't, let me know.
Where should I be finding this? Is it
Is it under handouts? If it's not there, let me know.
It should be in
Journal
your
under
journal.
handouts.
Mhm.
and my grenade handout? That's all I have in handouts.
If you don't even have Nexus government.
No, I have Nexus Government and I have Grenade. Those are the two things I do have.
Okay. I thought I'd missed somebody, but there we go. Now it should be there.
Yeah.
Okay. So who got what? Hector got the inn.
So, I think I need something to do with agricultural food or what have you because we need it.
So like a
So-
greenhouse and all that.
Yeah, a granary or a corn exchange or whatever. I mean, it's beneath me as a wizard, but I mean,
You don't want a library. You want an actual like granary and everything. Well, I guess that
I think that
double generate stuff
producing
from
our
this.
own food is a really good move.
Well, what I'm saying is each of you individually get a building that can generate stuff for you individually versus the whole
okay.
town. Like a granary, we'll set up that anyway. Whereas these are
Mhm.
things I'm looking individually for you guys to get, like minions, bonuses. A house is good for storing stuff if you want to store stuff.
I want to build a laboratory then on top of the portals.
Well, it can't be on top of the portals. There's also.
Well, yeah, but pretty much right next to them,
All right, I'll find something in a
So
minute.
so I can probe it. Oh yeah.
Okay. So you got a portal or a laboratory.
Do you only get one?
Yuki, yeah, only one.
At the moment.
Should
At the
inn
moment,
be-
everybody's getting one item.
Should the inn be a public building or should I have it?
It'll be yours because it'll be generating revenue for you, and you get to decide, what's going on in it. And what a lab. Okay.
I just need more bonuses to spellcraft.
Yep.
You got this.
Potions, spellcraft, that sort of stuff. Plus, you might be able to attract some students and some people that are interested in if you want to have take on, somebody.
Yeah, I feel that my character would be a terrible, terrible master to have, so that'll be fun.
It'd just be somebody helping out, and the students, it could be an Igor for all you know.
Exactly.
Or it could be somebody very competent, like one of the scholarly kobolds that could be interested in you.
Anthony?
I'm probably going for a wizard tower type thing, so maybe just a crafting hall, I guess.
Crafting hall, library, because he's
Yeah.
at the
Forge.
lab.
So, like, all those three put in one.
I mean, I think a wizard tower would encompass crafting and
Okay, wizard
library.
tower.
Yeah.
So, like,
But it'd be
has-
like
But it's more of a workshop at the start, right?
is it going
if
to
you're-
function
if
as
you're
a
doing jewelry in
school
it.
or just individually stuff for you only?
This is sort of like a place for me to do my stuff, but I might take in some sort of apprentice type things,
Okay.
not like full.
Yeah, make sure
Like
to write this stuff down in your things. By the way, somebody's echoing badly.
Oh, probably me. Jack,
Yeah, so basically write that down in your sheet whether or not you'll be accepting students. That way I can figure out what your thing's actually generating.
All right, just elsewhere and not the mysterious. Oh, nope, I can edit the mysterious note. There we go.
Darn, I can't find a good picture for a laboratory.
There we are.
Jack, do you got a place that you want built?
What's all taken? Aside from lab and scholar tower.
You can still build a tavern.
Well, I thought the inn was a tavern, or is it just an inn?
It was just an inn, I believe.
Okay,
Mine's an inn/tavern kind of
okay,
thing.
so we do have the inn/tavern there.
I have a small bar inside.
I thought the technical difference between a tavern and an inn is that an inn has to let people sleep in it. Like, you have to have...
An inn,
Yeah,
an inn might not necessarily serve food and drink though.
Yeah.
The tavern does serve food and drink. They can be both. An inn can have a tavern, or a tavern can have an inn, depending on what it's mostly functional as.
My only thing is, all my interactions with city building type things is a higher grade tavern equals higher grade recruits of any stripe. And as my friend said, because of the alcohol.
Uh-huh.
Dwarves! Get some dwarves in there.
Can't, we do
Oh wait,
need
we don't want dwarves in our city. That's right. That's also part of the that's also part of the rules. Do you want that's the Citadel picture. Do you want to prohibit any races from coming in?
No, because my bard wants to experience all the races.
All right.
Oh, experience.
Now, where do you want this tower?
I think. Let's see that near the Citadel. Yeah, sure,
Okay.
that's fine.
You should have built right next to me. Adjacency bonuses to science.
For yours is that other thing, isn't it? Whatever.
Yeah, I'm right next to the portals because I want to probe them.
Yeah, that this one here is going to be the tavern. The tavern building.
Yeah.
I'm still looking for
I'll
a
get it
good
eventually.
picture for a
Magic
lab.
coming together.
I will try and find one then. Assist you out.
Hector, why do you have your icon on here?
I dragged it up by accident,
Okay.
and I don't know how to remove it.
I just did.
I'm a user.
How about
Okay,
a
so-
brewery?
You want a brewery?
That'd be great.
Yes.
Well, you can sell alcohol to the tavern and make profit off of them.
Yep. Supply the tavern with alcohol. Employ people. that'll be great.
Well, the first step on my thought process is I was hoping to have children with the Medusa. After then, employ the children to work in the brewery.
Did you hear the description of the fact that the Medusa's lower half is a serpent?
It
I believe
will
that
not
just
stop me.
increases. Yeah, that
All
just
right,
increases the allure.
I just wanted to make sure about
No.
that because not everybody's interested in snake halves or fish halves or anything like that. Others are.
Are we talking about the notorious reverse mermaid?
Okay, that broke up on me.
Are we talking about the notorious reverse mermaid?
No. It's not a fish trap with it. That's a cat's favorite thing. It's like, why would you want the reverse of it? It's got to be the fish on top and the lady on bottom.
No.
Red Dwarf is one of my favorite things of all time.
Boom.
But
Okay.
no, if we can get decent alcohol, we can get dwarves, which are better construction workers than skeletons.
It's true.
Dwarves
Yeah.
might not may piss off Sarah, but they won't. The dwarves may or may not piss off the kobolds. Gnomes, on the other hand, will completely piss off the kobolds.
I was gonna say I have a thing against freaking gnomes.
So nobody wants gnomes. We should be outlaw gnomes.
They're mischievous. Well, they could be good snacks.
Depends on
You
what
already
kind
outlawed
of gnome.
sentient. You already outlawed sentient farming, so gnomes are sentient.
I have everything against tinker gnomes, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
ones from
No, not tinker gnomes.
Dragonlance.
No. No Kender either.
Tinker gnomes and gully dwarves.
Kender.
I have nothing
Okay.
against them.
Oh shit. R/land
God.
mermaid.
Okay.
Okay.
So no gnomes or kinders. I will
say we
allow
make them
dwarves, but they will be branded with the Watcher's Eye.
No.
They're visitors.
You need to
Brand
cut
them.
out
They're
this-
going to walk away.
Motherfucker, they will be branded.
They're going to walk
No.
away with a new tattoo. Like, yo, we went here and they
See,
gave it up.
this is why I would say this is how you get into the city without even showing proper ID or papers. There you go.
Jesus
Like my
Christ.
only thing is dwarves will piss off very easily, and they will abandon work if you piss them off. I'm giving them alcohol.
Well, then they suffer the consequences for breaking our laws. We don't need to just outright ban them.
Yes.
We can have them break our laws and then tactfully enslave them because they broke our laws.
Yes. Speak ahead.
The barking dog inn.
Jesus.
Trying to get that. I can't read that.
dog
Oh no.
Surely that should just be the hair of the dog, right?
Okay.
That's the name of the brewery, the Mad Dog Brewery.
Mad Dog.
I think Sir Balasar should have been dragged here by already for the hand. He should just be being idle. So,
There's just so
Um,
much for me right now.
What?
Shit.
Because I thought they left, so I removed them from the game because I was getting rid of the people who hadn't been here in weeks.
Balasar was taking care of his mother, remember?
Ugh, damn it! I took out the wrong one then. Do you still have the link for inviting people in? Because I can just re-add them in afterwards.
No, I don't. I don't have the link.
Yeah, I'll give it to you after the game if you remind me.
Okay.
Because I thought I seriously got confused and thought that they were one of the ones that had left. So I was removing people who hadn't weren't
It was the
here.
warlock.
Yeah. When I was looking at the list of people that I had to add to the thing, and suddenly I was, wait a sec, those two hadn't. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Let's see. Like I said, I
Knowing
cannot
him,
find
he'll
a good
probably-
description for the others.
Knowing him, he'll probably have a coliseum.
They have to be here to decide.
Yeah.
Another way to make money.
I would probably do.
Ah, now I'm upset I didn't do the Coliseum. I could turn this into Rome.
Do I want to do a guild? would it be official for us?
The guild will bring in more warrior types and
Yeah.
such.
Well, guild
Plus-
can bring in whatever the guild is actually for.
Well, like one thing about guilds would be kind of like a heroes guild, wherever she could set up
Yeah.
bounties and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the Heroes Guild was one of the things that's going to show up in this town anyway. But whoever wants to establish a Heroes Guild will get to decide better on quests and everything like that.
Barking dog.
Why is it a freaking goldfish top half? Oh my god!
Well, then, if it was the fish bottom half, you wouldn't have a banana.
Yeah, but why goldfish?
Have you seen the picture
Big
though?
bulbing eyes.
Jesus.
Let me see that. Jesus Christ.
Guaranteed to lower the tone.
Jeez.
Truly, that is what all sailors wish to see.
I'll probably build a guild. I'll probably have it diverse.
You know, there's a third-party book with rules for making reverse mermaids.
What?
Not specifically reverse mermaids, but it's
But, yeah,
rules for making owl bears and shit.
Oh my gosh.
Actual rules for just slamming two creatures together into a particle accelerator of fun times.
You take
Then Sam,
you take a drunk wizard and random thing, and you'll get. Wait a second, no, it's a wizard we're talking about. The drunk wizard is a redundancy.
Have you seen the wizard vomiting rainbows?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I have seen a picture of a wizard dominating rainbows at some point.
But no, if anything,
Hey,
I would want
there were some little gnomes in Gravity Falls that vomited rainbows.
Yes.
That is true. Like, I would want the brewery, like around that area. Like, somewhere in one of those 4 squares, but close to the inn.
Okay.
That way there's not much need to have a lot of people transferring the alcohol.
Just put it right next to me and throw it into the window.
Yes! It can bear about straight in to the inn.
Pipe it.
Oh yeah, it's straight up tap. It's straight tap.
That should help.
So does everyone have their own building?
Anybody who doesn't, don't worry about it for right now. I mean, we can always fix it up later.
I mean,
For right now, I have some fun times for you all that you'll either love or curse me out for.
I'm not even sure how I would get a picture for it, so.
Yeah, all of my pictures for Wizards Laboratories are like the inside of them and not the outside, which is...
Yeah. If I'm looking too.
Guys, I found the best picture of lab. Oh, that didn't work.
Absolutely did not. Let's go to my go-to place of imaginary architecture on Reddit.
Yeah, that seems about right.
During this month time of rebuilding, along with Cynthia coming up with bracelets, basically, little armbands that you can wear to easily get in and out of the sector thing, along with opening a small way if 2 of you stand inside the field, opening up like a small passage to let other people in. You've actually come across various people who would like to join your Sector 1 and are willing to help with the removal of stuff in order to have safety and food.
Oh,
would
goody.
you like? They appear to all the people that are asking are all human. Would you like to let them in?
How many
Yes.
humans?
This group is a group of 15 people.
15 people.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
say yes.
They're all able-bodied, right? They can all work and help out
They appear mostly able-bodied. Yeah.
mostly.
Well, I mean,
I require 3 for the brewery.
Any kids?
no. I mean, this would be while you're repairing and getting these buildings. That you haven't actually, this is during the time that you're actually building these buildings.
Yeah.
Okay.
This group doesn't seem to have any kids.
Yeah, we need more people.
Yeah.
We do have to put them through a not a test, but make sure to remind them that the undead are friends, not to freak out.
Well, friends. Slaves.
Freak out if you want, but still.
You go hurt the Deathclaw's feelings.
The Deathclaw is called Fluffy, and I'm sorry. I can't take it seriously.
Death Claw. The
Bone
Bone
Claw.
Claw.
Boy, I don't care if you call Deathclaw Bunny Foo-Foo, you don't take him serious. He's,
I've been playing way too much Fallout.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. You take those Deathclaws seriously. They'll knock you into next week.
Nope. Nope.
Okay, Grizz, I got a picture for my building.
My
XO1
picture is a windmill
and-
covered in sheep. I think that this is the best
Really?
move. I'm just finding it. I'm cropping it down into that one bit.
Okay, I mean, I have nothing against it. Weirder the better.
I don't see it. Wait, what?
Yo, 1 second. I'm just going to upload it to Imgur and all of that. 1 second.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be wanting to upload. Let's see, save image.
Imgur.
You like my picture of a lab?
All
There we
right.
are. I've posted it in the Discord.
Brian needs a picture of the lab.
I mean, that definitely looks like a lab to me.
What is there?
It's a well disguised lab.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it greenery?
Look, it's a perfect ramshackle lab that Harley Quinn would make.
Okay, that lab picture.
So while we have some downtime, does anyone else have magical artifacts they wanted me to make? I have. Let's see.
I don't have any
Yeah,
money.
but I didn't think you could make
Oh.
mine.
I'll have my spawn of Callisto start taking. Well, this month was having look for prisoners to take.
Anyway, shouldn't we do the adventure bit of this session first and then plan how we're spending the downtime afterwards?
I guess so, yeah.
See, the problem finding the outside of a lab is that it looks the same as the outside of any building.
There we go.
Wait, is this an alchemy lab or what? Magic lab?
Science.
So we're going with alchemy. Right?
That's what I understood. I understood it was for science.
Damn it, this picture's too big. There we go. Now, where do you want this?
Where the name is at?
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
I apologize if anyone wanted me. I got called away a moment there.
That's
No
okay.
problem. It's
We're just,
alright.
we're just putting up the guild picture. Alright. You guys are all good now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell everybody the experience points later. It'll just be easier when Yuki's here.
Sure.
So I was also going to give
Okay.
experience points and some other stuff after that, but I'll roll it in with the others, with everything else. Okay, so it'll just be easier on that.
Guys, I found the best. Thank you for them.
Alright. Now that most of your can you okay, echo, nothing.
Echo.
Good. Testing. Okay. Okay, now that you guys have been repairing a lot of Sector 1,
Mhm.
and establishing buildings over where you're putting them, a lot more of the rubble has been removed, and eventually, okay, it keeps echoing.
It does.
Yeah, there we go. But eventually, you get to a point where something has been unearthed. One of the random patrols of the little scavenger kobolds, after they finished digging out the underground mushroom growing area, has run back and reported something very strange and rather dangerous. I'm going to come to you guys since you guys seem to be good at taking care of stuff.
Yeah, I think that we have relative supremacy when it comes to killing everything in our sight.
So what's the actual problem then?
They don't seem to have the right words for it. Maybe it's because of the translation with Draconic, even though some of you do speak Draconic. And they'd rather escort you directly to what they found.
Alrighty.
But it seems to have bothered them.
I'm going to put on mage armor.
We're like, okay, lead the way.
So they lead you to one edge of the sector where the rubble has been, mostly deep. Looks like a building collapsed probably a while ago, maybe decades, maybe as much as a century. And the rubble's finally been cleared away. And it's opened up some kind of vault. In it, you find something that Sarah and Hector probably like quite a bit. But there are a bunch of skeletons laying in piles around the floor, with scraps of clothing that doesn't seem very useful anymore on them. There is a plinth in the middle of the room with a strange-looking box sitting on it. It is made out of gold and some kind of bone, and it's just sitting there in the middle. Off to one side, however, there is a goblin just sitting there on the floor, its eyes blank. It's breathing, but not otherwise moving.
Poke it with a stick.
I'm gonna use detect magic.
See? We always use detect magic.
Yes, the box is flaring with magic.
What?
The box is flaring with magic. I would not survive touching it or getting near it so far.
Can I use
What school of magic can you? I'm pretty sure we can tell them.
Yeah, I want to concentrate more.
It's a knowledge arcana check or a spellcraft check?
The GM says, I am not actually sure what school of magic this magic falls into, so let's just go with it is like a blinding light, sorting out whatever circuits in your brain tell you what kind of magic it is.
It could be universal.
Universal magic, thank you, that'll help.
Celestial, let's go. Can I use where's my spell? Dispel magic on it?
No.
No, besides, whatever created this magic is way more powerful than you could possibly imagine, and as such, the spell magic is not working.
Well, so Dispel Magic doesn't destroy magic items. That's a different and more powerful spell.
No,
It
I
just
thought-
turns them off slightly if you can hit them with them.
And
Yeah, I was just
it's not
thinking
even
it
turning
was-
it off whatever it's doing. You have no idea what it's doing because all you're seeing is just a room full of corpses, all skeletons now, except for the goblin that's not moving. Although the goblin is still alive, it's breathing.
Anyone else thinking of the freaking Lost Ark here?
I think we should inspect the goblin.
Yes, that's solid
I'm gonna
plan.
have the bone claw, like pull it closer.
That
The
was
bone
not-
the bone claw's trying to touch the goblin.
Basically like pull it by its whatever clothes it's had.
Okay. As the bone claw gets close enough to touch and manipulate the goblin, the bone claw suddenly goes rigid and is no longer responding to your control. It's as if something has happened to it. Since it's
Nobody
a
touch the bone
sensation.
claw.
I'm gonna go with temporal stasis as a wild guess. Something like that. I don't know.
You can see the
Let's
you
throw-
can see the goblin breathing, therefore it's not a temporal stasis.
Oh, okay. Just
It's
there.
inactive.
Yeah.
Brain dead.
Huh. It might be communicated by touch.
Let's throw
Throw a rock.
something at them.
Like a rock. We have lots
Yes,
of
like,
those.
like a big old rock that can knock them apart.
Um,
And anyone have a good strength score to throw things?
Let's see.
relatively, but I don't. Yeah, I'd rather damage the undead than the goblin, because the goblin might have information that's valuable to us, and we can heal the undead later.
Yeah.
Got 15 strength.
Yeah, you've got more strength than me then. Oh dear.
Oh, what'd you do? Just touch it.
Sarah is testing something out with her bone claw. I'm just whispering her the results.
One mind wrestle.
It's not taken over, but I can't give it commands.
Hector, you don't even know what a spell is right now.
What happened to Hector?
King, kind of check of 2.
A 2 to me is a brain fart. Or suddenly you can't even remember the most basics.
So I want to detect magic on the bone claw and the goblin, and I don't want to get in line of sight with the box if it's giving off a blinding aura under detect magic, because that'll just make it
Okay.
difficult for me to work out.
Oh, except for anything that Sarah might have put on the bone claw is completely clean, as is the
Sure.
as is the goblin. However, it's almost as if there is a wave connecting them to the box.
Okay.
And Hector, you don't see anything more than just the old skeletons laying around this room.
I'm
So
gonna.
the goblin isn't touching the box at the moment. It's
No.
nearby, but it's not touching it.
It's nearby. It's not touching it, but clearly whatever's happened to it is a result of the box.
I have a hypothesis.
Shoot me.
You see all these skeletons?
We make a giant skeleton fort.
No. No, I think that the box, like, puts the animating force, the mind, or whatever, in the box if you get near it or touch it or what have you.
Okay.
But what do we do with the box?
Well, it's
Let
in
me
the
test out
box.
something. I'm gonna go to one of the bodies, and I'm gonna use a black gem. And
Alright.
animate dead for a little...
You've
Mhm.
animated one of the skeletons.
Yes. It's a dumb, dim-witted, just basic command skeleton.
It has no mind. Correct.
Yeah. I'm gonna start sending it over to the box.
Alright.
Does it stop or anything? Or is it completely right next to the box?
No, but it's standing next to the box now.
I'm gonna have it touch the box.
Nothing seems to happen to the skeleton in response to touching the box.
So it seems only intelligent creatures are affected by whatever this box does.
That means I can go that shit.
There's a few more boxes that you still have to help yet.
Box. Sentence. 2 intelligent creatures in a stupefied state. Cenobites, don't open the box.
So if it doesn't affect the mindless undead, can we pick up the box with the mindless undead and move it away from the bone claw and the goblin and see if there is some kind of range limit on it?
Let's see that.
Easier than picking
Everybody
up the
just-
goblin and the bone claw, that is.
I'm gonna escort everybody to the opposite side of the room, farthest away from the box, and have the skeleton go on the opposite side from us and take it the long way around.
So you guys are all in the room, and the skeleton's picking up the box.
Yes.
Bard is
But
moving.
we're moving away.
I'm going outside of this room. I'm gonna go above
We're
ground.
moving away.
I like
Okay,
how
so
you-
everybody but Mythos is still in the room. Is basically what's going on.
I'm getting out of this room. I mean,
I'm
I'll,
still
I'll
in the room.
watch it as it walks outside, but
Jesus, Mitchell, you such a coward.
I'm cautious. That's the
I'm not
difference.
going to call him a coward. He's probably smarter than we are about it, but I just don't care.
I can teleport in the room if it comes to it. I mean, no worry.
You don't have a teleport.
Yeah, I do. I've got abrupt jaunt.
You've got a
10
dimension
foot.
door, maybe.
It's my 10 foot. I replaced my familiar
Oh,
with.
yeah. You freaking anklet.
Innate ability thing. Just 10 foot.
Oh, sure. Item familiar.
Wait, how big is the room?
Let's see. I'm trying to think of what the best way to describe it. It's bigger than the average store of a bakery. Larger than the room I'm currently in. Definitely smaller than a basketball court or a high school gymnasium.
30 foot on a side?
What?
30 foot on a side? 10 yards?
Trying to think of what the size is. It's not a huge room, but it's not a tiny room either. There's enough space in it for all of you to fit in, along with all of these skeletons. But it's not that big. It's not like big enough for you to ride a horse through it or anything like that.
If it's the size of a gymnasium,
It's smaller than a
No,
gymnasium. It's not.
Yes.
It's not as big as a gymnasium.
like it's smaller than a basketball court, correct?
Yeah, it's smaller than a basketball court gymnasium. Possibly a bit larger than an average classroom.
So like basically 2 classrooms a bit put together.
Yeah,
That's how big it is?
I guess that'll work for the best size. Because I figure that's a size that everybody in this room probably know. Just to get a picture of.
I'm gonna try to get an estimate amount of how big the room is first before we move. Like from its wall to wall.
I also want to cast
I hadn't put
prayer.
any information on that simply because I wasn't planning on finding anything in the room. So it didn't occur to me to actually do the measurements. I'm sorry. I was kind of
Oh,
Nobody
visualizing
pick
in my
up the
head.
box.
I want to cast prayer on this just in case.
I also suggest not getting between the box and the things it's casting stuff on.
Yeah.
I say from outside the room.
It's
So
like,
because if it has a certain range, we want to stay out of that range.
yes, prayer is going to last for 9 rounds.
That's why I'm also doing measurements.
There are skeletons on every side of this room. Let's just leave it at that.
Sure. And they all animate the minute we pick up the box?
No, I'm just waiting to find out if everybody except for Mythos is in that room or not.
I'm still in the room.
Also,
Mythos.
I'm holding.
okay, I'm going to assume that everybody but Mythos is currently in the room, plus, of course, the people who aren't currently in the session. Therefore, that
Yeah.
they won't. Okay.
Mhm.
As soon as the skeleton attempts to move the box, everything except for Mythos's point of view goes white. Mythos, as far as you are concerned, nothing has happened. You hear the skeleton moving around, and then the skeleton stops moving, but you don't hear anybody talking.
Is everything okay down there, guys?
There is absolutely no response from anybody.
Well,
Was there like a door in the way? Can I slowly peek down?
Yeah, you could easily peek down into it. This was an uncovered space that was partly crushed. The entrance of which was partially crushed by rubble. Therefore, it has been sealed for a while. Until
All right, I guess I'll just take like one really slow step at a time, waiting for them to make noise or something.
they don't.
For a
Are you
bit.
looking into the room anyway?
Minutes, then I suppose I'll. Sure, you know what? Why not?
All right, you look into the room and you see that all your companions are in the same state as the Bone Claw and the Goblin. They are all looking blankly at nothing and are sitting on the floor.
I told you guys.
Oh damn it! I was planning on striking a pose.
wait, we didn't
Even
get
if you struck a pose, your body would have automatically sat or fell down. So.
Damn it!
All right. I guess I'm going to find the Medusa and see if anything's on the machine's triggered or if she knows anything about it in her book.
Okay, meanwhile, we're going to move to the perspective of the rest of the party. So, unfortunately, that means poor Mythos is left behind, while the rest of them are on a fun little adventure here.
mental freaking fighting. Let's go.
All right.
I can't see Hector. Where is he? He's so small in this realm of mental dominion.
I know.
I'm going to be on Sarah's shoulder.
No,
Screaming.
I'm gonna tell you in a minute where you are. Okay. From everybody's perspective, there was just a blinding flash of light. You even lost all feeling with your body for a moment. Now that feeling has cracked back in. You can hear noise again, and it sounds like a bunch of people cheering, some very weird music, and somebody talking as if they're explaining things to everybody. Although you can't quite get the words at first. Hector, you feel that something is very odd with your body. You are on all fours, and something is very odd with your mouth. It's not forming words anymore. There's also some sort of something around your neck that seems to be securing you in place. Sarah, for some reason, your mind is completely emptied of the presence you'd felt since you were a teenager. You know, the mother cyst.
Cyst.
This is
It seems to be completely missing from you in perspective. Anything you're connected to from the cyst seems to also be missing. And you were finding yourself sitting on a soft surface next to... Go away, Windows Update. You're sitting right next to Val. You're also not in your original clothing. Val and Sarah, you seem to be wearing some sort of dress. Not the same dress. You're both in different dresses, but you're both
feel
wearing
violated.
dresses. Yes.
And I feel like I would know something's up because my character's been twisted ever since she was little.
Exactly.
So I would know something's off.
Leo Fire, you seem to be wearing some kind of suit.
I ripped the suit off as soon as I register it.
Wait. What kind of suit? Like, as in a three-piece, a tuxedo?
No, it's more like like the suit that you would wear in real life to an interview. You know.
Oh shit! Yeah.
That your parents force you to wear,
Oh.
saying you need to wear this in order to go on an interview, even if it's for like a crappy, convenience store job. We've all
Hold on, real quick.
We've been
I
trying
this
to
is
do a
from-
noir game like
Or-
that.
or
like
maybe
them.
the church or something like that. I don't know what you guys do in your in where you live.
Okay, very specifically. I ripped the sleeves off, And if the fans are
Yeah, okay. Before you do any of that, I need to describe the scene around you. But besides, the fabric is much too strong to rip with your bare hands. You hear clapping, you hear cheering, and as you manage to get see what's around you, you're on some sort of couch. There is flashing lights everywhere around you. There's a bunch of people, orcs, goblins, humans, all sitting on sort of like these raised platforms of some kind. Over on one side, there's this weird guy standing in the middle of things, wearing a suit and tie and all that, and he appears to be talking into some sort of metal tube. There is music coming from everywhere, along with the flashing lights. And Hector, you're there on four legs with a tail and floppy ears and a collar and a leash, and you appear to be tied to one end of the couch, while the other three are just sitting on it.
Wait, where's Dagoth?
Dagoth apparently did not come with you, and you don't see the bone claw anywhere.
Do I still have my grenade?
No.
Damn it!
You have none of your equipment or armor. You're just wearing what
am I wearing like a cocktail dress, or
yeah, you're wearing the kind of dress that you would expect a young woman to be wearing in a 50s game show.
I better not be in a pink. I will kill everybody.
If it's 50s, probably.
You are?
I will see to this world and this reality to burn.
What happened? Was she in?
she's in a pink dress. I hope it's got lots of frills as well.
Yes, and her hair is nicely done too.
Is it one of those hornet nest kind of hair things?
Beehive. Yeah.
Big beehive?
No.
You can't do this to me! I am a necromancer of great repute!
So I'm guessing our minds are stuck in like some kind of realm where everything's to the way the creator of the box wanted it to be.
I don't know. It could be some kind of strange purgatory.
We gotta win to be released. And I'm a fucking dog.
Look. Dogs... I realize that we can't be speaking in character. My character is probably just petting you in character.
Probably.
But, like...
You're
What?
Yeah.
No! Oh, I've been savaged. How much damage are you doing? I suppose only,
It's just, a
Two.
nip.
Ow.
2 damage.
Ow.
Well, whoever's announcing doesn't seem to notice. But they seem to have stopped talking in general and says, and now, please welcome your hosts, Thorn Walks! And all of a sudden, from one corner of, I guess the stage is the best way to describe it, a strange creature that appears to be, at one point, like a kind of like a cat folk, except shaggier of fur, and she appears to have horns. Clearly female because there's breasts involved. However, she, like the announcer, unlike the two females in the female characters in the party right now, is dressed in a fancy suit rather than a cocktail dress, where you guys are apparently been forced to wear. She just wanders out there. Everybody's clapping, cheering. And she's putting her hands together and nodding and nodding.
Bard is drooling.
The bard is drooling? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You hear her voice echoing everywhere. What do you do?
I think I'm supposed to applaud at this point.
I will break this.
Whatever you're trying to do, nothing seems to be happening. You're just apparently glaring at this thorn person.
I'm gonna give her a dirty look.
Sarah, I think you look absolutely adorable in that outfit.
Okay, how do you want to die?
Can't even be a good dog.
Pretend to
Do I retain my?
You're just gonna
You don't-
immediately
you're
cast
not-
spells.
Yeah, you don't appear to be able to cast any magic whatsoever. You're not
Yes,
armed.
you're
You
like-
don't have any magic. You don't have any of your equipment. You're just there.
I can't even.
You're
Not
like
even
a
negative
fool.
energy.
Nope, nothing.
No. This isn't our dimension. This isn't our realm. This isn't our world. We're
I'll
inside
see
the
to
mind.
I'll see to this bitch dying one way or another.
You're just gonna launch yourself across the stage.
Security comes in and drags her off.
Yeah, exactly. You get dragged off into purgatory. You'll be off screen forever. Do you understand what that means?
I won't be famous. I don't have rubies.
Exactly. You gotta play the game.
Okay, sorry.
So, Sarah, what is it you're actually going to be doing?
I'm gonna ask her where are we.
She doesn't appear to notice your question. She is busy talking to the audience, apparently. She's saying, "Thank you very, very much. Today we have several new guests." And she now turns towards you, the three of you, and opens up her arm. Say hello.
Hello.
I'm just gonna get some resting bitch face.
Oh God! The picture in my head of Sarah in a pink dress giving resting bitch face. That is impressive.
And then I'm gonna give Hector a hug and whispering in his ear, "This
Destroy
place is weird."
No.
Give
You're
them
supposed to
rabies.
tell the dog that we're not in Kansas anymore.
No.
Damn it.
She's gonna be
You
dorky
went
then.
Yes,
Then what does that
including
make you?
the adorable red shoes.
Hold on. Does a person on stage have red shoes?
No, she does not.
Is anyone on the freaking crowd?
Valencia will sort of smile and wave demurely.
Already, so no, there's something up. I am
No,
not
they're all
this
clapping.
frilly.
They now quiet down. Jack, do you wish, Leofire, do you wish to do anything before she continues?
Bard is
Pissed
still
on her
looking at
couch.
her and wiggles his eyebrows suggestively.
Pissed on her
She
couch.
gives a wide grin back at you, showing several large fangs.
He shrugs and continues wiggling his eyebrows.
I've put things into more dangerous holes than that.
Jesus.
He is being gives Bards a bad name.
Exactly.
She doesn't seem to care what Hector's doing. She doesn't even give him a glance. So, where are you four all from? She points another one of those weird tubes at you guys, just like what that other guy was holding.
I'm Valencia. I'm from Darkhaven.
As you speak, your voice echoes throughout. You can hear your voice echoing throughout the entire room.
There's some strange witchcraft.
I have an idea! This is going to go well with my original idea for this character of ditching the bagpipes and picking up an electric guitar.
Might be able to get it now.
What's your idea?
During the beginning, I brought up the fact that I want an electric guitar for my character.
No, I thought I heard Sarah say, "I have an idea," or was that somebody else?
I think that was me. Because the fact that we have a microphone now.
No, remember, your bodies are still out in another world. Apparently, only your minds or souls have been sucked into this box.
We don't know that. We could have been transported bodily.
Yes, but you did see that both the Bone Claw and that goblin sitting there The blank looks in the face. Oh, that's right. You guys only know the out of character.
Plus, this is my body.
And Shadow,
Oh, yeah.
Shadow knows that from the
I could have turned you into a dog, though, with magical powers.
barking. This fills the air right now. People are laughing. There actually you hear some people going "aw" in the audience.
What is he, a chihuahua?
No, he's in the call. Have you not seen the picture of the lab? It's right next to the picture of the lab. It's a picture of the lab.
He's the... Oh, God.
Adorable. Is that a Labrador or is that a Golden Retriever? I don't know.
No, that's the pink frilly dress. Okay, let's look at the other picture. No, that's a building.
Go up by the staff. The one with the scepter. The Shiva.
Oh, of course you're a Shiva.
So,
The Doge.
so Sarah, are you going to do anything with the microphone in front of you?
Wherever you dragged us from?
This is Sarah. I will lean over in front. She doesn't talk much, and she's from parts unknown. And then I'll wink at the crowd.
Well, Darkhaven. Interesting. The thorn person starts nodding her head, and then finally moves the microphone over towards the Ophire. And what about you?
I come from many places, least of all being a place with a lot of sand. Last thing I knew from my homeland, there was a flood. Everything died. I was on a boat.
Oh no!
You know how Jack Sparrow does the hand thing, where he's kind of leaning back and the hands are up. That's how he's explaining everything
Awesome.
in his eyes.
She grins once again at you before taking the microphone back towards herself and stepping away. Well, there you have it, folks. Most of these people, well, looks like they've been pulled in here too.
And one of them is quite clearly insane.
So the couple of them start. You hear a couple of boos, a couple of coughs, a couple of laughs.
To the booth, my character raises his middle finger.
You can't do that.
So,
I have money.
I'm quickly adapting to all the genre norms of a woman from the 1950s. Surely. Stepford smile in place.
right next to the Sarah, who looks very out of place despite the clothing.
Exactly.
Let's see. Sorry, got distracted by somebody.
You guys look in Discord.
Do we want to go over to Mythos for a moment to see what he's doing? Or is time not
sure.
moving?
Well, yes, time is moving.
Does the Medusa have any information on it? Because I'm just jogging back. Because I don't know about you guys, but we have a soul-sucking orb in our citadel. So, I mean, you guys are lucky this isn't the Tomb of Horrors or whatever. Or else
Of course
this
we
would be
are.
almost TPK. I mean,
You're way too paranoid.
we want alive at some point in this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, when everybody else has become undead.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, if the Medusa doesn't have anything, then I guess I'm just probably going to go
Yeah,
back
Medusa has no idea what the
poke
hell's
my
going
head in.
on, and has decided to institute a policy of nobody but you, apparently, going anywhere near that box for the time being because it constitutes a clear and present danger to the city.
Is he just gonna go up to our bodies and shake us and slap us over and over?
No, he doesn't want to touch us because it might be communicable by touch.
It's after what happened to the Bone Claw, yeah.
Yeah, I'll use... See, I am really that paranoid, though.
Yeah.
I don't like playing non-paranoid characters.
So,
Yeah,
if all of your friends jumped off of a bridge, would you follow them as well? And I think the answer might be yes, because we might know something you don't, and secondly, now you don't have any friends.
Also,
What will happen is we'll wait for them all to land in the other end of the at the bottom.
yeah.
And
If they don't splat when they move off, then maybe.
Yeah.
We haven't splatted yet. We're still falling.
I want to bring a rope though to bring myself down.
That's unfortunate.
Anyway,
This allegory has gone on too long.
anyway, so folks,
You guys can.
she's looking at the audience. What shall we do with these four today? What game shall we play with them? In her hand, all of a sudden, is a set of dice, 2d6. Let's roll the dice and find out.
I lean over to Sarah and say, I hope it's nothing lewd.
Sarah's gonna give you a resting bitch face.
The bard whips his head over and stares at
11! She
eyebrows again.
says, and everybody starts cheering and clapping.
11. Oh god, what's that mean?
It means she wins at craps.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently we were playing craps
Wait.
and we didn't know.
If the host wins, does that mean we lose?
Yes!
Oh fuck.
Okay.
It's just like D. We're in scam.
You hear clapping and cheering, and all of a sudden, everything has gone black again for the. Sorry, everything has gone black instead of white for the four of you, and you can't feel anything for a moment.
Screams out, I can't feel my legs.
I think it's a more profound sense than that, because it's not that, like, we lose the sensation of sight and stuff. It's that we experience nothingness for a bit, and I think that's a
Yeah.
much more terrifying situation.
Okay, screams out, I can't feel my everything.
I mean,
That's
conceptually, like, even our sense of time might be warped. Like, we could
Yeah.
have spent an eternity in a, senseless void. But my character has dealt with stuff like that before, so she's fine with it.
All right, Hector. When you resume sensation, you find that you're no longer a four-legged dog again. You are yourself, but you are not in your normal armor. Instead, you are also stuck in some sort of weird suit, same as Leofire. Everybody else is in the same clothes they were in the on the couch, except now you're sitting or laying on a cold floor, inside of a room, each of you in an opposite corner from each other. As you regain your senses, you find that you're in a room with a table sitting in the middle of it. There is a bookshelf on the western wall. There is this weird glass enclosure towards the south that appears to be filled with water and live fish. There's a light that is some sort of magical light from the look of it, above your heads, illuminating the entire room. Let's see. Sarah, you are in the northwest corner. Directly south of you is the bookcase. Your left arm is chained, and you're attached to the wall. Hector, you are in the southwest corner, next to the fish tank, on your right side, and then the bookshelf would be right in front of you. Val, you are in the southeast corner. The fish tank is to your left, and that would mean that Leofire is to the northeast corner.
And we're all chained up.
We're all chained. It's just
No, Sarah's the only one chained to the wall. She's chained to the wall by her by her left arm.
okay. Do we? Hold on. I'm gonna do a spot check, see if we see anything of interest.
Let's see. You see a tiny little statue of a silver unicorn sitting on the bookshelf.
I head over and I grab it.
Oh, wait. Forgot. Sorry. The light source is actually four bulbs of some kind hanging down kind of on a chandelier, except that little enclosed lights instead of torches. They almost look like they're some kind of magic.
Magic.
Right. Oh,
Obviously.
let's get that little unicorn piece right there on the bookshelf first.
Wait a minute. Are you looking at it or are you picking it up?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm telling them to pick it up.
I'm chained to a wall.
I will try and help you out with that if that's possible. Does it look as if there's a key for the manacles, or rather, is there a lock on the manacles?
There is definitely a lock on the manacles.
So it can be unlocked.
Can it be broken?
I'm not going to mess up this fine dress. I don't know if you've noticed, but the material this dress is made out of is of incredibly fine quality. I've never seen its like before.
I'm not trying to break the dress. I'm trying to break the lock.
Yeah, I'm not going to exert myself and soil the thing.
Break both.
Okay, so
We need to find a key. So what have we got in the room? We've got this
fish tank.
this fish tank. We've got the bookshelf.
With these little fish. Sorry, with these fish swimming around inside of it.
Is there anything special about the fish? Or they or
You
just
have to.
goldfish?
You have to roll. No, they're definitely not goldfish. But you have to roll a check to figure out what they are.
Piranha.
Are they miniature reverse mermaids?
No.
Damn it.
They're
Hey,
piranhas.
What kind of check are we doing here?
Knowledge of nature. Yes.
I will have a look at them as well because I'm.
It's a type of fish you've never eaten before, Hector. That's all. That's all you can tell by looking at them.
Knowledge
right
nature.
now.
See, I think you
Well,
look like a walk.
Same
Oh,
thing.
fuck.
They don't look like any type of fish you've ever eaten.
See, I think that Hector looks like the Morgan Greaser, which I've linked in chat, rather than in a suit. Maybe I'm wrong.
I approve of the working grease.
Ain't nothing but a hound dog.
That isn't
Huh.
untrue.
So, I don't know anything about these fish.
The GM would also like to point out only one of you has done a spot check so far.
Yeah, but I won't be able to succeed at a spot check. I'll give it a try, though. So-
Anthony, yes, possibly. Neofire, your vision grays out for a moment. It's as if you got sand in your eyes. Sarah, you don't notice anything interesting either.
Upon
Ooh,
registering that
Val!
it seems like I got sand in my eyes, I start cussing.
Val, you
Mhm.
notice the following. Considering that you were studying the fish tank, you notice that there is a small key that would perfectly fit the lock on Sarah's manacle at the bottom of that fish tank. You also notice that those fish seem to have sharp teeth.
Yep.
I slowly dip my tail into the tank. Very, very slowly.
The fish immediately converge on it and start chewing on your tail.
Okay, at this point, I yank it out, pulling some fish out with it.
No, the fish do not go with it. The fish instead have
Oh,
defleshed the bottom of your tail. It's now hurting a lot, and you can see bone.
gross.
Oh no.
Well,
Poor Hector.
don't you have armor on?
No, he's a sick.
He's wearing a leather jacket. Haven't you seen the picture?
So who wants to risk getting the
Can I break the tank?
true?
What would you try to break the tank with?
My bony freaking tail.
That sounds like it would be incredibly painful.
There's no nerves at the end anymore.
No, but the vibration would vibrate up your tail and hit all of the nerves up there.
Then I
you
use the
keep nerves in
unicorn
the bone.
statue.
Because
Yeah, how big is the statue?
It is small. It is sitting on the bookshelf.
I feel like it's a trap. Y'all could do it. I still want to tell the damn tank.
I'm going to pick up the unicorn statue. God damn it!
Okay.
Not picking up things is hurting us at the moment.
Okay,
Ask me first.
the following happens. Well, all of a sudden, from underneath the table, which you were not looking at and therefore did not
No.
get a chance to do a sport check
Of
on,
course not.
spikes shoot out, impaling your legs as you pick up the unicorn statue. You now have several spikes through your legs.
Ouch. A freaking painful tail that doesn't seem as bad anymore.
Woof.
Alright, so I'm going to reach over and take the statue from him.
She's just completely frozen there. Or would it have been funnier to do a riff on the Ace Ventura thing?
Yes.
That would be awesome!
Alright.
Because it's what happened there.
Oh, oh.
That was also one of my favorite scenes. Mommy, the spear! Ah!
Are the spikes like lodged in, or do they
Yeah, they're all the way through. They're all the way through her legs. She cannot walk
Yeah, so
anymore.
she can't
She's
move.
rapidly
Really.
losing blood.
Okay, do you want to tend to the wound while I open it? While I keep doing it?
Sorry, what?
Am I a doctor?
Oh,
No.
Can I use the heal skill instead of spell?
You
try
can
to
evaluate
help
the
them
wound and know that you should not move those spikes out of the wounds because they're the only things that will keep her from bleeding to death.
I think I'm gonna go into shock now.
Okay,
And then she collapses.
I'm going to use the
You don't have
little
spells?
statue to break the glass. No, I'm using a statue
Okay.
to break the glass.
Okay, Anthony, you've done that. We have to whisper that to Sarah so that they can update her sheet.
Okay.
But Mage Hand has successfully done that. Sorry, Hector, can you repeat what you said?
I'm going to use the little statuette in my hand, the little statue in my hand, to smack the glass of the fish tank.
It is much too small, not heavy enough, and the glass is much too thick.
Can I smash my head against the tank?
Your hand now hurts a lot, and the
No,
tank.
my head.
Your head. Roll a 1d10.
You have a concussion.
You fall onto the ground unconscious as you knock yourself out. Val and Hector are now out of commission. Leofire, what would you like to do?
I would try to like to see again.
It's all
You're
up to
fine.
you.
It was a temporary condition. You can see.
So I saw everything that went on.
Yes, as you were
Wait.
looking at your eyes, you heard Val scream, saw the thing sticking in her legs,
Okay.
and then saw Hector pick up the
I'm sorry,
statue
upon
from her
saying-
and knock himself out.
Wait,
I
wait,
Once
Chris,
expressly
Hector
didn't
knock
sleep.
himself out, I need to do a will save to see if I just fall down laughing.
wait, Anthony. Can I say it out loud, or would you like to go in private real fast?
I don't really care.
Okay, so you got my bag of holding between my character's boobs.
I don't care.
Huh?
He used his mage hand to pluck it out,
Okay.
Do I resist laughing
I'm
my
getting my
ass
thing
off?
Yes,
back.
yes,
I'm
you do.
not. I'm not
You-
suffering any curses
very
from
much.
you.
Okay. Well, what's on the table?
Okay, glad that you asked that. The table itself appears to be clean. Roll a spot check to check the table itself. To check the table entirely.
Are there
So
any more
please-
spikes?
See if this comes out better than last time. You know, screw temporary blindness.
Ah, good. Okay, in addition to fighting the trap that already injured poor Val over there, you also discover. Oh, where is it? I just saw that detail a minute ago on the sheet. Where did it go?
Magic power of God?
No.
Ark of the Covenant. It's usually a good one.
Yeah, one second, because I did see it.
Sure.
I did see the description a minute ago. I basically went to. I had this old booklet full of traps, for room traps and everything, and I've been wanting to play with it for years. And I figured this was going to be the best way to do it, but it's been so long that I was like reading over the description, and then I lost track of where it went. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. You find a button under the northwest table leg, the one that's closest to Sarah. There we go. It's in fine hand printing now down the bottom.
Okay, any way for me to figure out where the button goes to?
Nope. All you know is that there's a button there.
Okay, well, does the table look sturdy enough for me to get on top of and it would hold my weight?
Sure. You're a small guy.
Okay, I get on top of the table, I reach down and push the button real quick.
Alright.
Like, as soon as it's fully depressed, my hand's back up above my head.
Does the table like flip up and like slap onto a wall and then retract away?
You hear the sound like water draining. The level in the tank starts to fall away. But the
I look
object in
over
the
and I start
tank-
clapping happily.
Yes, the water appears to be draining out. However, nothing in the tank is draining out. So, after a few minutes of this, and Val is completely unconscious from the bleeding, although the bleeding is contained by the spikes, and Hector hasn't quite woken up yet. The fish are now flopping at the bottom of the tank on top of various little colored stones, and there's a key now safely in reach.
I am walking over towards. I'm going to get off the table and walk carefully. And I'm keeping an eye on that trap under the table.
It appears to have been aimed at the bookshelf.
I still don't trust it. My character doesn't trust traps. I don't trust traps. I cautiously walk over towards the tank. In the process, when I get near Hector, I kick him to try to wake him up.
Hector, you can wake up now. You just kicked.
What?
It's an excellent response move.
You have to roll reflex to see if you're just being pulled down.
It's too much. This is too much fun.
I hope you guys would like this. Yep.
Oh yeah!
Hector's just grumpily tried to grab you, and you managed to get out of the way. You're laying on your foot, Bard. I actually thought of something even more elaborate for, I was going to do some elaborate stuff with everybody in different rooms, if there had been more of you, but since there was the perfect number, 4, which was the perfect number I needed for this puzzle trap, I just thought I would just do this room.
Now, is this tank enough where I could just casually reach in, or do I need to climb up?
You can casually reach in and over, now that the piranha are all effectively beached and drowning in the air.
I stand up.
I look, while I'm reaching in, I'm looking down at the piranhas and saying, "Ha, fuck you."
What are you going to do,
And
Hector?
going for the key.
I get up and I see that the tank is empty. I'm like, "Ha! See, I did it."
The bard looks back and just shakes his head and then points to the bleeding lady.
Alright.
Well,
We have a pink lady. We're about to have a red lady.
Yeah, her dress it looks completely ruined
God
at this
damn
point,
it.
with the holes and the blood.
Oh. If I were conscious, I'd be even more sad.
Anyway, you now have the key. What would you like to do?
I'm going to walk over and hold the key in front of Sarah.
I would
Quirk an eyebrow.
She's only-
suggest looking somewhere else just in case if that key goes to something else.
I shrug and set the key on her head.
She is only like chained up on one side. She's not fully chained up. She can slap you right in the fucking face.
She can kick him, she can slap him, anything she wants to do from that position. Hell, she has the perfect position to unman him at the moment. After all, if she's wearing a Fifu dress, she's probably in heels. Roll reflex. She has
Get
kicked
him
you-
the balls.
Yeah, she successfully kicked you in the balls with a heel. So
Okay, that would be crumpling down and saying, "Fuck you! I can see up your dress now."
You can get kicked in the face right now. Oh, so it's gonna end up with like everybody unconscious except Sarah, who is chained to a wall or something, right?
Hector,
How
what
this
was
is gonna
that
go?
Hector, what was that will check for?
Try not to laugh.
You're not disabled by laughing, so don't worry about it. And Sarah, what are you doing this maneuver for?
Kick him in the face.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you've been kicked. You've been Leo. You've been kicked in the face and are now unconscious.
Hey, I'm sorry. At least Leo got a good view before he went night-night.
A good view, but what good is that with your balls crushed? I mean, come on.
Don't worry. If I get free, that's where that
Pain
statue's
is
going.
temporary. Glory is eternal.
You leave my
Hector
poor
currently has
stepmom
the
alone.
statue.
Alright, so
Okay. Just
Yeah,
to
what
look around.
good.
Looking at the key and looking at the side of the keyhole, would it fit?
Yes.
I'm gonna tell Hector
Oh.
real fast. Look around just in case if you see another keyhole.
Can I check the little statue? See if there's a keyhole in it?
It's too small.
Too small? Alright. Trying to figure out what's the point of the statue.
Full adventure game style.
It's
I have a key and I have a statue. Use key on statue. No. Okay. Use key on teammate.
Okay.
It's literally what's happening here.
That's when I wrote this puzzle. It was back in the day before the really good, the really good graphical games were available readily.
Can I use spot check on the chandelier, see if there's anything there?
There are
I
four.
selected the eye tool.
Are four I always think of it like back in the days of Zork.
Oh,
But,
God, yeah.
all text. You had to type everything.
I
That's how I
cannot
learned
get you, Flask.
That's how I learned how to spell refrigerator. Actually, from open refrigerator. Get this from refrigerator. But you look up at the chandelier. You see 4 bulbs hanging down. One that points to each of them points to a different corner.
Each light points to a different corner?
Mhm.
Is there anything else, like a flat spot or anything?
On the chandelier? No.
Alright, so I guess I'll get Leo fired, drag him away from Sarah. Take the key from him.
I have the key.
I thought
Like
Leo
he was
had it.
resting on her head.
Okay.
Oh, there's a blue jay outside my window.
Open
Aw.
well, lock yourself then.
Good
Sarah.
I don't know if it goes to this or not. It could be trapped.
I mean, what the hell you want to do? All guys a statue.
I mean,
No.
go look around, see if there's another place that could harvest a keyhole.
I start pulling the books out of the bookshelf.
Sounds like you're about to get trapped, yo.
Let's
wrong
see.
fucking
Books
name.
from the bookshelf.
Poison!
Val is is still laying under there. Okay.
Well, you might be dead.
You underestimate me.
Hold on, I'm just trying to remember. There was a note about that for in here because I always put notes on everything. 1 second.
There's a chandelier, there's a table, there's a.
I mean, it would be a shame if I died,
Yeah,
but
that
yeah.
trap already went off. So the books all appear to be blank books. They're now just tumbling to the floor. A few of them are hitting Val,
How?
possibly waking her up.
And her screaming in pain and getting knocked out again.
I didn't scream.
You said ow.
Well, yes, but that's not the same thing.
I will make you scream.
Alright. So, see what
Ooh.
happened? I dropped some books on Val.
Yep, that appears to be everything that happened there.
There's
Because
no
he already-
keyhole.
Nope, no keyhole. Apparently she already set the trap off that was linked to that location.
Okay, I want to push the bookshelf out the way.
It is fixed firmly to the wall.
Yeah, alright. So there's just a table. There's. Did you say there was a couch?
No,
No, just table, the chandelier, the fish tank, and everybody's dying. I'll go back.
only 3 of you are hurt bad. Okay, you're looking around. You don't see anything else interesting from your perspective, Sarah.
So there's no trap at all either.
Nope, you don't see anything else interesting.
How come we haven't used the tech trap?
We
don't
can't
have
use magic.
That's the skill, not magic.
Because none of us are rogues. We don't have a ninja.
Yep,
Oh,
the
yeah,
ninja's not
ninja's
currently
gone.
here right now. But don't worry,
Renee.
she wouldn't have been in this room anyway, even if he had been here today. I had another room entirely for the ninja.
I'm gonna get as far away as possible from the corner.
Are you still chained up to the corner, or did you put the key in?
Yeah, I'm still chained up to it right now. I'm gonna use the key to unlock it and try to like fall backwards instead of or move away as quickly as possible.
Alright, well, don't worry. Nothing bad happened when you unlocked yourself from the thing. Only your arm slipped out from the chain, and now you have the key still stuck in the lock, dangling from that chain there. But you can now get up and move around.
I don't trust it, so.
I'd go into the fish tank and pick up some dead piranhas and throw them at Leo Fire.
Okay, you've successfully done this, and as you pick up a few more of the fish, you discover that something was hidden underneath the little rocks.
Ooh.
You found
What's-
a little statue of a seahorse that was apparently lying underneath the gravel.
Excellent work, Leofire.
Is it the same size as the
What?
unicorn?
Yes, it is the same size as the unicorn.
It was all Leofire's work. Clearly.
Clearly.
Okay, so I picked this statue up.
How many statues do you need? I'm willing to bet 4. But I'm not in the scene anymore.
Hold on.
What else is around right now?
There's just the table that had nothing on it except Leofire when he sat on it. There is the chandelier. There's the door. There's the bookshelf, and all the books are laying on the floor. There's that fish tank.
You say there's a door?
Yeah.
A door.
What the fuck? I don't know.
Hector, go open that door.
Man, I got a concussion?
The saw trap room is always that easy.
Hector, go open that door.
Well, that's what I wrote this. It was after the second movie that I wrote this.
Okay, so I walk up to the door, stand off to the side of it, away from the way the door hinges open, and I check the doorknob.
Let's see. The door appears to be locked. However, you have found a switch next to the door.
Switch. Is it like a button or like a
A switch, up and down.
small one, like light switch?
Yeah.
Your character had no conception of a light switch, but out of character, yes.
Okay, so I see the switch, and I get as far away as I can from it, and use my bone nub from my tail to flick it.
Alright, the lights go out. The room is now pitch black, especially since the fish tank has been disabled. There is a clicking and whirring noise. Let's see. You hear the sound of the chain clinking a bit, and after a moment, the door creaks open a bit, looking out on a corridor.
Look at that, guys! I did it. I go and grab Leofire and drag him.
Alright. I think Val is the only one that we're missing at this point, because I think Val was still unconscious laying on the floor, correct? In front of the bookcase?
Yes.
Is there any way to
So
save Val?
Val is now missing, as is the bookcase and the chain that was on the wall. Evidently, the one wall and part of the floor spun around. Because you see part of the chain there, it's a good assumption that had you flicked that switch before getting Sarah untied, that Sarah probably would have been crushed or at least an arm ripped out at this point. However, because Val was unconscious in front of the thing, she just apparently got carried off into to wherever the bookcase switched off to.
Can we?
Oh, that's not good.
Can we switch it back
Are her
around?
legs still in the room?
No. But
As far as I knew, her legs were still impaled.
There is still a splash of blood on the floor, but no longer directly where she would otherwise have been laying had the floor not rotated.
Yeah, so the spikes are not attached to anything apart from my legs. They shot out. They didn't
shot out and impaled
jump
your legs.
forward.
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't impale me
An
and attach me to
overpowered
something.
dart trap.
Yes.
Yeah.
We thought you were
I
impaled.
thought you were impaled.
Yeah, that's why we didn't move you.
Well,
she
also,
wasn't-
don't move me. I will bleed to death.
No, don't move the impaling thing. Don't move the spikes. You will bleed to
Even
death.
still. But anyway. You guys have to save me now.
Great.
You
No light.
Peach?
Now
Says who?
you're a liability.
I mean, it's plausible that you guys could all get out individually from this pocket dimension that you've been trapped in, but I think it's more likely that you can only do it with everyone together.
Alright,
Yeah.
So
Or, not at all, because we saw
Where are
one.
we at now?
we walk down the corridor. What's going on?
Okay, you're now standing in a nicely lit corridor. The carpet is all this nice red. It's all this nice crushed red. I guess velvet is the right word, maybe. Lining the hall with the gold trims along the side. You know what I mean? You understand
Okay,
what
where's the
I'm saying?
match? We're gonna burn this shit.
Like a fancy hotel.
Yeah, I guess so. The walls are all this flowery wallpaper, going up in stripes. It's actually fairly well distant between each side. This appears to have been the only door. No matter how long this corridor is, on either side, this appears to have been the only door on any of the either wall. To the west is a shorter hall than the east. The east appears to be twice as long as the western path.
And at the end are two creepy twins saying, "Come play with us."
No, you don't. You appear to be completely alone here.
Alright, so which way? Long way, short way?
Am I awake?
Yeah, you're
but I'm
awake
still
now.
dragging you.
Okay.
You've been
I
dragging
reach in my
behind the
pocket.
foot.
Do I have a coin?
No.
Oh, crap. Oh, there goes my decision making.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit you with a statuette, and you guess the right one.
Why does every situation involve the fire being knocked out?
Oh no, it works.
He's a genius when he's unconscious.
Alright, so I still have no idea what the statues are for.
You'll need them to, get out of the final door. You'll also need, 192 stars. So, get on that.
So keep knocking him out and collect the stars of his unconscious body.
No, you're gonna have to fight Bowser
Mario
a few
Galaxy?
times.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say stars. The only game I can think of with stars is Mario Galaxy.
Super Mario 64.
I've never played Super Mario 64.
You're trapped in a weird old castle.
Alright,
Nope,
so
never played that one.
Yeah.
I'll put the statues in my pocket for now, and then I head to the long corridor.
All right, you're heading east. Clink, 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 clink. As it turns the corridor towards the south, you see two doors on either side of the wall down the southern passage.
Are there any markings on these doors?
Nope, no markings whatsoever.
Try door number 1.
Sorry, door would be west and east at this point. Hold on, I'm
Yeah,
trying
I'll
to remember
try.
which. I've got the map in my hand, but I'm trying to remember which room goes to which, because not all the I didn't remember to label all of the rooms. Darn it. Okay, I'm gonna go with that one and that one then. So are you going west or east?
West.
All right. The door creaks open. It's almost a frightening sight that you might see. Of course, your characters might not be as frightened considering that at least two of you are evil. You are in a room. There is a skeleton attached by the neck, connected to two different poles,
I can still count like that, then yes, not eating enough.
hanging in the middle of the room, along with a series of buttons. It appears that the buttons were within reach of this person. However, considering that they're a skeleton now, it appears that they never figured out what they were supposed to do.
Okay, what did I miss when my internet cut out?
Oh, they discovered a room with a skeleton hanging on two different ropes by the neck.
Ah,
And
two different ropes by the neck.
Oh, that's right, not buttons, levers. There was a bunch of levers standing in front of them. But you can also see on one side of the wall there is a little nook where there is a crystal dolphin sitting.
How big is this nook?
It'll fit a hand.
A hand.
Yeah, but the crystal dolphin is the same size as the other things you found.
A nook that can fit the size of a hand.
Yeah, the crystal dolphin is the same size as the unicorn and the seahorse.
Yeah, I'm not touching
I
it.
take it we need it. Me neither. Hector.
I hold out the two statues, one in each hand. Sorry, my hands are full.
I'm gonna take one.
No, they're mine.
Hey, but you can have more.
I'm gonna die.
I think that's fine.
I want to do a spot check first.
You can see that there are 6 levers sitting in front of the skeleton that could have been manipulated by the skeleton either with hands or feet.
I pull all the levers.
So you've walked into the room and are now pulling on the levers. As you pull the levers, the ropes around the skeleton's neck tighten, lift up some, and apparently would have been choking or strangling this person in various ways, to the point
Oh my
that the
God.
that the head eventually just
You're
pops
killing
right.
it!
Somebody wants to do some kinky stuff in this room. Jesus.
The head eventually pops off. The skeleton just drops. The rest of the skeleton just drops to the floor, and the skull just kind of shatters against something.
Yo, wait. Was there something in the skull?
No.
Alright, so I pick up a femur and I try to use it to pull out the crystal thing from the little hole.
Roll a dexterity check for me.
Yeah, get the heavy death knight to roll for dexterity check. I'm totally not gonna die. Where's my dex?
You have more legs than me.
Ugh.
I'm
The
dead.
crystal
hell,
unicorn
boys.
tumbles out of the little nook and shatters on the floor because of your inability to catch it.
Well, good job, guys. Let's go. I throw the bone away and I just walk off. Next room. Across the hall we go.
Okay, this one might even be more disturbing than the previous one.
They're in a trampoline sex doll thing.
Nope. In this room, there is a large metal box with a skull sitting on top of it. There is dried blood all around the top of the box. The box looks like it's large enough to contain a person's torso, legs, and arms if they're folded all up.
What's in the box?
I don't want to know what's in the box. I don't open boxes.
What's in the fucking
I
box?
learned my lesson.
The head is already on top of the box, but it's a skull. So,
Have you guys seen Seven?
of course.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna argue. I'm gonna do another spot check real quick before I enter the room.
I learned my lesson. Messing around with boxes is never a good idea.
You could find a dick in there.
What's
I
more
found
spot
yours in a
checks?
box.
You find nothing else of interest. There's just a skull sitting there on top of a bunch of dried blood.
Okay, I go up and I pick up the skull.
You see that it's sitting directly on top of a closed metal iris. The metal iris is completely stained with blood.
No, like a spike was going through his abdomen, through his body.
Well, basically, I guess I'll cheat a little bit and tell you how this works. This trap was set up so that somebody was sitting in this box with their head just up at the sides, and if they guessed wrong on the levers, basically it would completely close, basically trapping their head outside of the box and their body inside the box.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Brutal.
Basically, brutal
Beautiful.
decapitation is basically a way to put it.
Okay, so
Pull out the levers again, Hector.
No, there's no lever. Whatever levers there might be were inside the box with the
Okay.
body.
so I peered down the hole. See, I can see anything.
There's no hold. It's closed.
It's close.
So this one's useless.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Off to the next room.
wait, I want to open the box.
No.
It's closed up. There doesn't seem to be
Okay, so-
any easy way of figuring out how to open it.
Okay, I smashed the skull on the wall and walk off. So we're going to continue down the hall then.
All right. Further down the hall, it then swings around again back towards the west. There is another door directly to the south of you, and you could see a door far off west on the other opposite southern side. There's no doors to the north.
Let's check.
Let's go to the south one then, real quick.
Okay. You open
Yeah, I
the
mean-
door, and you see basically a large room filled with looks like gymnasium equipment of some kind, except that pretty much all that's left is the hanging gymnasium things. You know, the little those things that hang from the ceiling and have hoops in there that you can put your hands in and flip yourself around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are the only things in the room except for a couple of shelves. The entire floor is covered in spikes that would easily impale anybody who's up there that falls off. Instead of a net, they're spikes.
Oh.
I apologize for interrupting, but do you mind if I drop out of this and you can send me a message? I can take action
Sure.
again.
Sure, if you wish to do that instead of paying attention to this, yeah, sure.
Well, my character can't do anything.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
I-
Fine.
You can bring me up to speed when you make me conscious again, or if I die, I'll generate a new character or what have you.
And don't worry, I know what I'm going to do with you. I'm just letting these guys explore this area at the moment.
Sure. So I'm going to drop out. Send me a message on Discord, and I'll be back in just a second.
Okay.
Dude. Alright, so it's just a room with spikes. Is there anything else in there, or is it just the spikes and the hoops?
You can't see if there's anything up on the Echo!
Oh.
Echo.
Echo. Okay. You cannot see what may or may not be up on the shelves above your heads. That would require climbing up on those gymnastic hoop thingies in order to get to them. The spikes are in the way.
Any ideas, guys? Hello?
Not really. I don't have an idea for this.
Shall we? Oh, man. So we gotta climb up to see if there's anything on the shelves. I'm gonna die, ain't I? Alright, hold on.
What would you use for? I guess it'd be a climb check, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would be a climb check. My climb ain't that bad, actually.
Probably have a
Looks like
better chance at
Quick.
climbing than me.
I'm gonna try to climb this. Chris?
Oh, contact. Yes, you. Sorry, I was looking. I was reading ahead on something on here. You reach up, grab onto one of the things, and manage to pull yourself up onto the first one. You can probably swing yourself towards the next one, which is slightly higher than this one, in order to eventually make your way up on top of the shelf.
Okay, and do I need a jump? Or is it no climb check for that?
It would be a climb check for that.
Okay.
You
Did it
do
fail?
not manage you do not manage to capture the next one, and you're now hanging by one hand on the on the thing. You look you're sorry you look like you're in a very precarious position.
I shout encouragingly at him.
Sarah,
Give me a roll to catch myself.
Sarah, would you like to do anything? Oh, maybe she had to step away from her computer.
Because, I mean, I know we lost.
Oh shit! I was
But I
muted
know
the
the
whole time.
casters lost their magic. And we lost our items. But would the
Mhm.
bard really lose his voice and ability to inspire people?
Not at all.
That is true.
What was that?
You still have a voice and can still inspire.
Awesome. If that's the case, we'll go with inspire competence. I shout very encouraging things. I can't find it what I'm wanting here. Let's see. A +2 on skill checks. Or in this case, specifically climb. While I'm shouting at him.
Sarah, would you like to do anything?
I just cheer him on.
So it looks like your teammates want you to continue to try and get up there, Hector. What would you like to do?
I'll try.
You come within inches of grabbing the next one, but your fingertips slide away. You're still firmly attached to the one you're on, though.
Alright, here we go. One more time. Ah!
You successfully grab onto the
Hey,
next one.
it helps.
From the force of swinging back and forth, however, the one that you just let go does manage to smack you right in the butt, hitting your damaged tail.
I know. Okay, so am I getting close to this treasure trove of non-dead?
Looks like there's at least one more ring to grab, but you're now too
Alright.
far away for your companions to help you in any way, other than yelling encouragingly.
Isn't that what they've been doing the whole time?
Yes.
Yes, but I mean, now they can't grab you if you start to fall. Now if you fall, you're dead. You
That's
successfully
21.
grab onto the next ring, and are now high enough to be able to grab onto the shelf.
Alright, do I need the climb check for the shelf too?
Yes, you do.
Jesus Christ. Hey, let's go!
He did
Do I do
it.
a flip?
You land successfully onto the shelf.
There's nothing up there.
I'll be pissed. Boy.
Yep, there is absolutely nothing up there. It is completely empty. There's just dust. Dust. Dust and more dust. Dust. Dust and more dust.
Even with a 32 spot check, Jesus Christ, alright?
Hey, I can torture you any way I please.
Okay, so I look over at this like, hey, look, guys, there's something amazing over here. You should come over here.
No, thank you. Come back.
Ass, right? Do I have to climb check all the way over there?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Or you can try to attempt to inch your way around there, rolling reflex to make sure you stay on top of the shelf, and try to climb down on the lowest on the rope of the lowest ring.
If I do jump.
Well, you don't
Yes,
automatically
the
fail on
purple.
skill checks.
Huh? No, if I use my jump skill, can I skip a couple of rings?
If you fail your jump skill, you're going to be completely impaled by those spikes. But you can try it, yes.
I'm not a gambling man myself. That's even worse.
Yeah, you immediately slide off the ring and get impaled by the spikes. You still holding the seahorse and the unicorn?
Yeah.
Oh, they're now out of reach. Everything goes black. Hold on, let me see if I can get if you get Squidadilla back in here.
I'm back.
Yay! So, as things become light again, Hector, you're still in that suit. You're no longer stuck as a dog, and now all four of you are sitting on the couch. You're no longer bleeding. You're no longer bleeding to death, but your clothing is still stained with blood. Part of your tail is still missing, Hector. But nobody's dying anymore.
Yay!
You're sitting on the couch. People are laughing. And it's like, oh, why don't you give them a hand, folks? They tried. They tried, says Thorn.
I yell out that she's a sadistic bitch.
Thorn looks at you and starts canting her finger back and forth. Oh, come on.
I'm just gonna say to her, I can do better.
That's not how this works, she says, with a bright smile on her feline face.
Yes, but you're also weak at this.
So we trapped you forever?
Everybody is now laughing at Sarah's comment.
I shout out, no dice, bring out the cards. We'll see who wins at a deck of many things.
Oh god.
Ooh, and that brings me to another thing, folks. Today's grand, fabulous prizes! There's a burst of music in the air, and people are clapping and cheering.
Hold on. Let me figure this out.
What's wrong?
Trying to...
Huh?
Trying to what?
Trying to.
Sorry, it's a prize music thing.
Yeah, there's like basically game show. Here's the fabulous prizes you can win. Music is now playing. You know what you would hear in a game show. The music plays, and suddenly there is a a nicely dressed woman in white coming out with a tray. On it, there are several items.
The Price is Right would have went so well with this.
One is this odd glowing crystal that appears to be having many. I want to say what it looks like. It kind of looks like a crystallized starburst. I'm hearing echoes again.
Like the fruit or the phenomenon?
The phenomenon. It's all white and kind of looks kind of glowy. There is a second crystal that is mostly purple in color, but it has an interior of black and red. There is what looks like some kind of bag. There is this strange object that looks like there's an eye on it of some kind. And there is a deck of cards that appears to be a deck of many things. This is what you would... One of you would have won had you completed the last game. Unfortunately, it was all fails. People are booing in the audience a bit, but they don't appear to be booing at her. They're booing morally at you guys. And the
I
prizes...
stand up, raise my middle finger, and grab my crotch. Grab my crotch, give it a pump up while flipping them off.
I believe I did good.
You win some, you lose some.
The prizes are then whisked away, and you can see some people, two ogres standing in what's what's best described as the wings of the set, motioning you all to sit down.
I refuse to sit.
My legs still hurt.
I will not take this sitting down.
Thorin looks out at nobody in particular. Looks out into the audience, at nothing in particular, and says, "And now for some encouraging words from our sponsors."
Screw your sponsors!
And as she says this, the music and clapping quits for a moment, and the ogres come streaming out and right barreling towards you to make you sit down.
I run away.
This is not going to go well for you.
A quick chase around the couch ensues until finally one grabs you and stuffs you into a straitjacket.
I kick at him. I kick and bite.
You are whisked off to some unknown room where your companions can no longer see.
She's taking him to her sixth dungeon.
Do I hear that before I exit the room?
No.
Yes, you
if
can hear Sarah snarking.
Oh dear.
I shout out, "Woohoo!"
Okay. After you've gone, the music starts up again, and Flora says, "And we're back. Now, let's move on to our next round. Contestants."
I wish she would go.
And she looks over at the three of you. Are you ready?
When did you get to shut the fuck up?
Oh, come on.
Resting bitch face still.
You can't improve the situation with this kind of attitude. You just gotta, stand up again and get back on the horse.
And then get dragged off by security.
Well, yes. Do my legs still work? Or work again, I suppose?
Your legs are feeling fine. This is your dress now has holes in it and bloodstained and...
Well, at least it more accurately represents my character now.
Yes, exactly, actually. You kept talking about Harley Quinn, so yeah.
Yep.
But anyway, so it says, so are you ready to participate in the trivia round?
Yeah.
I
love trivia.
Choice?
Whoever wins the trivia round shall receive one of the fabulous prizes you saw the lovely assistant bring in earlier.
Okay, hurry up, speak.
Are we doing
And-
this as a team?
No, individually. And for every question you get wrong, can you Okay. Suddenly the Sarah,
Yes.
that keeps echoing on me.
I don't know why I keep changing the settings constantly.
Okay. And for any you get wrong, all of a sudden, this thing that looked like it was just a painting of some really large painting in the background changes, and suddenly you see a moving image of Leo Fire, still wearing that straitjacket, sitting in a tank. There are tubes at the top of the tank. For every question you get wrong, a gallon
It
of
fills it
water,
with water.
shall be dropped into the tank with your companion.
I look at everybody else.
Bitch, you think we care?
Wow. I mean, I was gonna say something like that, but I wasn't gonna use the word bitch. Just uncalled for.
She doesn't seem ruffled by being called a bitch.
Now hurry up and start asking the questions, doll. We don't have all day.
Wow.
Alrighty then. Suddenly, a bunch of note cards appear in her hand, as if materializing into existence. And she looks. She starts looking them over, and thinks,
Sarah's gonna sigh.
"All right then. First question."
Do we need to buzz in for this?
Oh, yes, of course you do. And suddenly there are buzzers in front of each of your hands. Or what, people in our world.
So is this going to be reflex check? Who goes first?
Yes.
Initiation rolls.
No, motherfucker, you have a good initiative.
No, I don't. It's trash.
Everyone has a trash initiative, apart from
Bad.
yeah.
Okay. So Jack, we still love you.
I wonder if Jack actually heard any of this speaks about what's happening to his character right now.
Wait, what? I just.
Your character is currently in a tank. You don't hear any of the conversation that's going on around you. All you know is that the ogres dropped you into a tank, still in the straitjacket. It's all glass. You see a glowing light beyond you, and there are 2 pipes leading down into the tank. The tank is otherwise sealed.
Oh, interesting.
It's a water trap.
And it's tied to them getting questions right or wrong.
Okay.
So I die at their whim.
Yes.
Yeah, screw that. Can I go for escape artist to try to get out of the straitjacket?
I'll let you do that after each question. How about that?
Okay. Screw that. I'm not dying because they want me dead.
I don't want you dead.
Hold on, Sarah.
I don't want you dead. It's just I don't mind either way.
Yeah, but Sarah has a thing against me now.
Well,
No, I have
making
I have a
enemies
thing against somebody that took something out.
She has a thing against Mythos.
What?
How dare you pull my bag of holding between
you don't know that.
but when I get out of it,
Worst
I
things
would
you
ne-
still wouldn't know.
It's just a tiny little vial. Unless you're actually checking on it, you don't know.
Alright. First question. What is the specific... What is the specific type of creature that a mimic is?
I know.
Tick, 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 tick.
Buzz.
we have to do reflex.
Sure.
Yeah, but
I'm just gonna
I'm
go
not
with
going to
that.
succeed, so I'm just going to... Well, I'll give it a roll. 1 second.
I already said that that Val can answer.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, do you want to go? You rolled higher than me on reflex.
I thought we were doing reflex to get it.
Yeah. Sarah, you go first.
Well, by this point, the you have to have answered, or else the water trap immediately goes off, simply because you can have the time to look it up at the moment out of character.
I thought because we're about the reflex and that, I thought that we're doing
Yeah,
that.
you won. You beat me.
Okay.
That's
A
what I'm
large
saying.
aberration. So it,
That is correct.
It's
There- there-
Jeopardy.
there's a-
What is?
It's not specific to Jeopardy, thankfully for you guys. There's a large dinging noise, and if anybody happened to be looking around, you would see the number 1 suddenly appearing on some sort of what looked at first like a blank surface. Now is lit up and has a 1 behind Sarah.
So now I roll to escape.
Yes. Now you may try to roll to escape.
29. Yeah.
Spotting you. But to
You're
do with
still
my
tied up.
Dislocate your shoulder.
All right. Next question. This large outsider is known to exist in the gray wastes of Hades, all by itself. Always evil, and has flames coming off of it. What is it? Tick, 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 tick,
On.
ding, ding, ding. Sorry,
I honestly
no
don't know.
one has answered.
Sorry, the Jeopardy theme would be so good for this.
That would be a nightmare.
Oh, gotcha. Of course.
No, you don't want it. You don't want to show in that, Lara. Water starts suddenly pouring out of those tubes and splashing on top of Leofire.
Shouts out, Nepthes, damn it! Starts renewing his efforts.
You managed to slip out of the straitjacket and is now laying in the pool of water that's surrounding you. But you were already
Shouts out
drenched.
again. Shouts out this time, Nepthes, double damn it! Because now he's wet. More wet.
Plug one of the holes.
The rest of you three hear the audience cheering as they're watching Leofire up on the screen.
Ah. You're supposed to do this underwater whilst holding your breath. Ah, it's no showmanship.
You were in the.
Okay, Hector. We'll wait for Hector to come back. Meanwhile,
This
I'm
is-
brushing my cat.
This is providing me enough amusement to...
Okay.
We should keep going. He said. Just checking his blood sugar.
Okay. That was brushing my cat. Okay. Alright then. Name 2 special attacks
boost my day.
that a Remores has. Tick,
Ooh.
tick, 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 tick. Val. And she actually speaks your name as if she heard it, even though you don't remember ever telling her what your name is.
That's fine. So Remores has heat as a special attack. And improved grab, I'm going to say.
That is incorrect. Oh, at least one of them is. More water splashes out on top of Leo.
Sorry.
Wait, we all don't get to answer?
What?
Only one person can answer?
Only one person gets to answer. Yes, just like any. Well, just like this is an Insidious game.
Oh,
so-
heat is a special quality. Ah, balls. How was I supposed to remember that?
Knew that because I remember looking up this crazy monster.
That was a lot of fur coming off you, Lyra.
I think we should only answer unless we truly fully know.
I was very close.
All right then. She laughs and looks over at poor Leofire, who is now standing in water up to his calves. It's kind of like playing hangman.
I could be cheating. Oh well.
Well, that's why I have the tick, 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 tick going on.
I would reckon I'm fast enough to look through the monster manual,
Yeah, and you are indeed fast enough to look up the monster manual.
but I don't.
Let's see how fast you are.
Yeah.
No, it's no point then.
Aw.
So
I
next
have to
one.
get off my book, Lyra. I have to be able to look at the book to do this. Besides, how do you know I'm always going to be using the same monster manual? I could
No, that's true.
putting out something else. I just find the
Well.
monster manual is convenient.
Let's pull up all set.
There are only 5 in addition. I mean,
Yeah.
you can count Monster Manual 2, but it's 3.0.
Yeah, I have
And there are a
monster
bunch of-
manual too. I have monster manual 3 and 4.
Yeah. There's a 5th one, and Monster Manual 2 is a 3.0 book officially.
Oh, cool. And I have Volo's Guide to Monsters, which I sometimes use for stuff, even though it's 5th edition. It's like for social things, which is cool.
Sure.
All right. She looks over at the screen and says, "Well, it looks like your companion is getting drenched." Of course, she can't hear her talking. All right then. This creature, hailing from the bleak eternity of Genna, has both spell-like abilities as a special attack and the ability to feed as a special attack. Tick, 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 tick.
I will buzz in.
Anyone else gonna buzz in? Alright. Val!
I think it's a howler?
Judges?
Probably completely incorrect, but that's all I
I'm
can
just-
remember.
I need to find. It's not the howler that I'm looking at. However, I want to see if the howler has any of the same qualities. Just to make sure.
no. They're from Pandemonium anyway.
Of course, I should remember that. Howler,
Hello.
duh. Anyway, sorry. Wrong. More water comes splashing down over Leofire's head.
I definitely could have, Control F that shit fast enough.
Leofire, the water is now up to your hips.
So we only got
1.
to his hips.
Well, remember, he might be able to swim. He's no longer in that straitjacket. And
We're just gonna
the box
fail
is over
3 more and it'll
is
be
over his head. Yeah. No, but I mean, is he could probably float to the top and try to hang on up there. It's not like he's secured to the bottom of the tank. Now for an easy one. What type of environment will you likely find a black dragon? Tick, tick.
Ooh, I know
tick,
that.
Tick, 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 tick. Anyone else? Val!
Black dragons live in swamps.
Judges? She looks up for a second. Yeah, I'll give you that. Ding, 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 ding. There's now a 1 behind Val.
Yes. That was easy. Oh, yeah.
Alrighty now, then. The next question comes to us from the ever-changing chaos of Limbo.
I love those guys.
Name a special devotion that the I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry.
Githzerai or Githyanki?
Githzerai. Will sometimes devote themselves to. A special devotion that the Githzerai sometimes devote themselves to. Tick, 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 tick.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I might as well answer. Does anyone want to try?
Val!
I don't know. The destruction of Sladi, I suppose.
Ah,
Judges? She clucks her tongue. I'm sorry, but the answer was Rakma.
Oh,
More water splashes down on Leofire. It is now up towards his chest. And you still find no way out.
oh, they fight mind flayers. Okay, fair enough. It's all from the monster manual, anyway. I can cheat the shit out of this if I tried.
Alright. Next one. Name 2 different environments you might likely find a kobold in normally outside of a city. Tick, 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 tick.
Ooh.
Oh, he got it way before.
Val!
I'm gonna go with caves and jungles.
Judges! A panel of judges that you didn't notice before appear to all be from different walks of life. You see human, you see dwarven, you see orc, are just shaking their heads. I'm sorry, but they do not live in jungles. The answer is temperate forests. Splash. The water is now up to Leofire's head.
A question then. GM, why are they living in a mountain in our game?
Because from all descriptions of the way where kobolds live and dig, I also assumed that they live in caves / mountains / other stuff. But you said jungles. The answer is temperate forests.
Sure.
Because it specifies temperate, and jungle is always going to be warm weather.
Yeah. I would have. Yeah, I just guessed that because they're reptilian, they want to be somewhere hotter.
Yeah, I would say that too, but I'm going off the guide. From
Yeah.
That's why I said 2 locations, by the way.
Yeah.
are we going to be
living in
down
the
a
mountain.
party member? I mean, are we going to lose a council member by the time you guys get back?
I always considered myself pretty capable of knowledge for D&D, but I'm getting totally wrecked here. What do you guys think? You guys have it any better? Would you have succeeded to where I failed?
I would have gotten the Barguest one.
Ah, yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I did that one. This is why you don't touch random boxes, guys.
They were touching it. They had a skill to move it. But they stayed in the
Well, you
room.
should have had the presence of mind to leave, as I did.
Now for a tough question.
I see.
Name the most dangerous creature to a big... Name the most dangerous adversary a large, armored individual might face in the underground.
I know this.
Sarah!
A Babolith.
Judges?
Can I attempt before they respond, or no?
The
Yeah, 'cause Sarah
judges
didn't
seem to
last
be having a discussion amongst each other.
I would
Oh.
suggest that the Beverlith doesn't necessarily live underground.
No, they are specified to underground. But but she says the specifics, unfortunately, are large and armored. Not everybody.
How about a rust monster?
Yeah, I would have gone.
Yeah,
with
the answer is Rust Monster.
that. Oh well, that's a shame.
Splash! Water is now over the direction of Leofire's head. He's going to have to treading water in order. He's currently treading water with escape artist in order to. They're still like a little bit above his head at the moment, but it's looking likely he
Damn.
will drown.
The Basilisk is a threat to everything, even armor, because they knock away armor.
Yeah, it does have rend armor, doesn't it?
Yes.
So are you going to say this in character and argue with the judges?
Yes.
All right, do so, and roll diplomacy on them.
Okay. These motherfuckers. Okay, a Basilisk is a threat to also armored because it can knock away armor, rending it away.
The judges start having a conference while Thorn sitting in a chair behind a desk that seems to have not always been there, but you never saw appear or be brought in. She's leaning back in it, just kind of giving it a thought. And she looks over at Sarah and says, "You know what? That is absolutely true." And she just clicks her fingers together, and all of a sudden, a dripping wet Leofire appears directly in front of them. Leofire.
He's dead.
No, he hadn't enough time to drown. He's just dripping wet.
Okay.
Okay.
A dripping
For
wet
some reason my mic
Leofire.
was working.
Okay, dripping wet Leofire just appeared directly in front of them.
I throw my hands up and shout, "I did it!"
Did what?
I escaped.
No. I answered correctly.
Are you sure that's it? Because I'm pretty sure I escaped.
Okay, believe whatever you want.
Is it over? Have I been proven to be an idiot?
The panel of judges seems to have vanished, although you didn't see them leave or anything happen. The next time you look over in the area where they were, they're just not there anymore. And
One of the
neither is
judges,
the
Simon.
No.
Yep.
But the studio audience is all clapping. There's special music playing, and the Thorn gets up from the chair and starts bowing. We'll be right back after these. After these special messages.
Shouts out, "God damn it!" Then cracks his head off the floor.
Would any of you like to do anything right now? The buzzers also seem to have gone, even though they're.
No, I'll just retreat into deep existential despair.
So I take it we won
And in
around?
character.
No, but you argued success. You argued success.
Successfully?
Yeah, I keep pausing because I can't. The echo causes me to pause.
Oh.
Vocal jamming.
Yeah. I said, no, but you did argue successfully in order to end the round completely. Unfortunately, it was a tie score.
Was it? I thought it was 1-2 if she successfully argued.
No, that just brought Leofire back here. And she says his name without actually having been told his name.
So I take it we're both winners?
No,
I'm very
it just
hopeful.
means that you're now going to have to go head-to-head in our next competition. The music comes
Is
back.
it mud wrestling?
The music swells up, the audience starts clapping, and she's looking at them and says, "And we're back. Now our two finalists must compete in order to win a prize." And she looks at the two of you, and all of a sudden, only Hector and Leofire are on the couch. In fact, Leofire is laying half on the couch because he, passed out, and getting the couch all damp. Val, You find an apron around your neck, as does Sarah. You're standing instead
It's
of
a
being
cooking
seated
round.
You're standing at a counter. There are
Oh,
bowls
shit.
in front of you, and there are stoves next to you.
Oh,
On this
fun.
episode of The Iron Mage.
Oh dear.
Fun.
Now, for a special treat, cook us your #1 recipes, each of you, and our panel of judges shall critique your performance.
What ingredients do I have?
Anything you want. And she points at the two strange, tall, white boxes that are sitting next to the stoves. They look like some
Okay.
sort of weird ice box from here. Maybe magically powered. Also known as a refrigerator for those out of character.
Yeah.
I demand Chef Ramsay be on this judging panel.
Wait.
Okay.
Now that was my plan. So I am going to go to the refrigerator and see if I can room of requirement it so that I get a live Chef Ramsay as part of my meal, and then fucking use him to cook my meal.
No. You know what I'm
God
gonna
shit.
You know what he will end up doing? Putting 2 slices of bread together, your head in the middle, and you an sandwich.
No, I'm not eating sandwiches. This is the smartest move you'll ever see. Surely. Surely summoning Chef Ramsay out of the refrigerator is the ultimate thief.
It's unfortunate that this is not a room of requirement.
This is bullshit.
Okay, I already come up with my dish.
Instead, there's just mounds of fruits and vegetables and creams and, various other things.
Sarah's gonna start cooking.
Rat's meat is in there.
What would you like us to roll? Crafting?
Yes.
Profession
Alright.
chef.
I am untrained, as
Just
you
magic
might
it
imagine.
tasty. Just use magic to make it tasty.
We don't have magic. If we had magic,
Oh.
things would be significantly different, I suspect.
People would be dead.
Roll a craft check, Val.
Yeah, 1 second.
I want to officially take a craft next time I level up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be craft macaroni and cheese.
Did we do another check?
The judges appear to be back, and they're now sitting at a table that you didn't see appear or be rolled in or anything. They're just kind of there when you look around again. And they're sitting behind that table, an orc, a human, and a dwarf. And they're waiting to be fed their meals. So, judges! Chefs, why don't you tell a little about your meals to the judges today? What will they be eating? Val?
So mine is going to be chicken, which is cockatrice meat, cooked, relatively well done. You don't want to get some kind of super magical salmonella out of it. And
They
then
return you to stone, yeah.
to that added dire boar.
I think you need
Rashes.
2 craft checks for all that.
No, it's just a
No,
one
no.
craft check.
To that added dire boar rashers for that extra smoky bacon flavor, and then boulette cheese. And we'll leave what boulette cheese is up to the imagination of the viewers and players.
Trying to milk a bullet, that'd be cool. Not even that they keep qualified as mammals, therefore I don't think they can be milked. But hey,
I don't know. They could easily be mammals.
Actually, I always spell bullet.
Bullette.
right, if they're not mammals, we're going to go with its semen.
Of course.
But
Look.
anyway.
No, is it my time? Oh god, I'm
But
scared.
anyway, the judges start eating your food and start making little comments and saying, "Oh, this is nice." And someone says, "Oh, my food's my cockatrice meat is a little bit dry." They're kind of saying it's kind of mediocre. They're not entirely impressed, but they're not hating it either. Sarah, try to impress the judges.
Okay. Just to Give them a little taste. Okay, before here is what you served. I kept on getting tongue twisted right there. This is a homemade dish that is always the best in every situations. It is a curry slash, as you can say it, a fine meal, where it is chopped up beef, sautéed and marinated in its own juices with some chilies. As you see, it soaks in its own juices as it turns the juices red from the chili, as it makes a delicious sauce, with some chopped up potatoes with it to mile it down for you guys. It is hot. On the side of it is some fried rice, which I added a little tomato sauce to add, with a hint of chicken in it to give it a little flavor. On the third part of the dish, it has some beans, marinated with also bacon. On the side, for the second plate, is some tortillas freshly made. As you grind up flour, milk, and all the ingredients on the side, so you'll be able to use your hands to pick up this food if you wanted to.
They all start nodding appreciatively. And while Val's food might taste better and look nicer, the Darnid all seem to be charmed by Sarah's mode of speech and the way she's talking about the food. It's as if their taste buds now are taking on what Sarah says rather than what they're actually tasting.
It would be rude of me to critique the other chef's stuff, so
now they're no longer in the mood to critique Sarah's food. They seem to have been bespelled by her voice alone into liking her food. And as such, they say.
Oh, let me mute my mic.
And they say that that while Val's food looked nicer, that Sarah's food was just divine, and they have to vote for Sarah.
I understand.
So there's massive cheering from the crowd and clapping, and suddenly Val, you're in a box that's with a glass box with holes in it that are enough for you to breathe from, but you can not really move around, but you can see everybody else, and you're now standing in the corner of the room in this box.
I expected something like this.
Sarah.
Sorry.
Now that you've won this round, what prize would you like to take from our table? The woman with the prizes comes around again, holding them on a little tray.
Okay. I'm gonna look them all over.
There
What do I see?
is this weird starburst-looking crystal that's kind of glowing in the middle and mostly white. There is another kind of crystal, purple in color, with deeper shades of black and red in the middle. There is some kind of bag laying there. There is this weird object that appears to have the image of an eye on it. It's got this kind of like eye-like thing in the middle. And there is a deck of cards that appears to be a deck of many things.
Looking at the starburst, what does description?
It's hard to tell what it is just by looking at it, but it looks like it's warm, and there's almost a whisper that it'll give you anything you want if you were to take it.
What about the eyeball?
The eyeball looks like you can see through things into magical things with it.
What was the third item?
The bag. There's kind of a bag laying there as well.
Starburst would give us anything that we wanted, or I wanted.
You don't know.
But the eyeball will let us see into magic things. So those are the only things on there? 3 things?
No, there's 6.
There's 6? What are the other 3? I forgot.
Oh,
There's,
sorry, 5.
crystals.
Sorry, 5 things.
5.
There's
5
that first crystal. There's that second word crystal. There's the bag. There's that eye thingy, and then there's the deck.
What is the second crystal?
It is purple in color with with a red and black highlights in the middle.
Like, I don't know what I should choose.
You can always
Yeah,
roll
that's
a
crystal.
1d6 and go from there. Reroll if you get a 6.
Crystals are always good.
I'm gonna take the red and black one.
Okay. Feels nice in your hands.
Okay. I'm gonna look at it.
The rest
I'll
of
be-
the rest of the prizes have now been taken away. Apparently, this has been your choice. You now have a strange purple crystal with red and black in the middle.
Now I could trap all the 9 house souls in there. Definitely. Let's go to Diablo, everybody.
I was thinking that the other one was more like Azura Star. Strange starburst crystal. White. No.
All right. So there's now 3 people on the table. On the couch, and Val is in that glass box.
I shout out, don't forget to breathe.
There's holes in
I
the
won't-
box. She can breathe. And she can talk to it.
I'm just trapped in this glass box of emotion.
The breakout. Cry if you need to.
Ah. Can't trap somebody in a glass box and not imagine that they're going to reference Ron Burgundy
What's,
from freaking Anchorman.
what's gonna happen to our friend?
Well, your friend will be the next participant in a very special round. Much like she looks over at Leofar.
Shouts out,
Be
hey,
strong.
I know you want me, but you need to leave me be.
Well, apparently she got you all wet and bothered already.
Oh, I definitely have her bothered.
But first, the GM needs to run off to the bathroom and then put something on the stove to get some food in her.
Okay.
Be right back, guys.
I'm gonna write down on my character sheet a red and black.
I'll be back in a second as well.
Ooh. Love how you can influence taste with words.
If you're eloquent enough, you can do almost anything with just words. Start a war, end a war, lie and tell someone that the war's already happening.
So they can start a war.
Exactly. Lie your way through college.
Mhm.
You know, simple things. Make a lot of money off lying. I.e. lawyer. Let's see.
And I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Any of you guys need to run up and get something to eat?
Nope.
Alrighty then. I'm just gonna throw something real quick in into my toaster oven and feed my cat. My cat's out of food at the moment. Can you guys still hear me from where I'm standing?
Yeah, just about.
Alright. That's okay, I'm gonna continue just from over here real quick. Alright. Val has been kept in a cage. The other three of you are on the couch. Leo Fire, you can wake up now.
Yep.
Do you do anything now that you're awake?
I'm encouraging the bars holes to breathe. Because if the shit ever hits the fan and the world comes at you fast, don't forget to breathe.
And there are plenty of holes in that box for her to breathe through, so she's probably fine. Sarah, is there anything you would like to do? Sarah, is there anything you would like to do?
Can she want to escape for a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait till she comes back then. So, how's everybody doing tonight?
Not too bad.
Spent most of my day out trying to get my new stick.
And how'd that go?
For 7 months, paid $45 to $35 at a fair. I think it turned out pretty good.
Welcome back,
I
Sarah.
wish you the best. I'm back.
Now, what would you like to do? Seeing that Val's in that box and everything.
I'm gonna tell her be strong.
And Hector, are you back? You're back, right? I heard you?
Yeah, I've been back.
Cool. So, what would you like to do? You're sitting.
I'm just watching.
You're sitting down on the couch next to a very wet Leo Fire and Sarah. Because Leo Fire was underwater temporarily.
She's just watching.
Alright.
She said.
Okay. So Thorn gets away from her desk, comes over to you guys, and just kind of sits on the couch next to you between Sarah and Leo Fire. Lyra? No.
Hello?
Do you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I said Thorn just sat down on the couch. The couch between Leo Fire and Sarah.
I'm still in my glass box of emotion.
Okay. May we help you? Mm.
So, how about you tell me a little bit about yourselves?
Trapped in a glass box full of emotion.
I was almost drowned.
By one, apparently.
That's nothing. This is what happened during the game. Tell me about yourselves. What brings you here?
How do you know I wasn't talking metaphorically? I could be in a glass box of emotion within a glass box of emotion.
How do you know I wasn't actually almost drowning at one point?
Hector's a pure heart. Tell her about yourself, Hector.
I was looking for a balloon this one time, and I didn't get it. So now I'm sad. No bone for Hector.
No bone indeed. Wink.
So, Sarah, where are you from?
Okay, where's my bluff? Okay, I come from Dark Raven.
Dark Raven. Dark
Oh.
Haven.
Dark Haven. My bad. Dark Haven.
I thought you were making something up. Sorry.
You were, but you feel real bad.
hmm
Is she gonna say anything else?
Um, I am a very modest woman at times. I was raised in fine dining and all that, and I learned how to cook from help raising my little cousin.
Oh, and where is your little cousin now?
Beyond the grave.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But he was learning spellcasting and all that. I was so proud of him. And that all my relatives, they live in a nice house. We all live together as that's how our customs were. It was nice, sweet, learned how to cook, learned some magic.
So, show us a trick.
I don't know if I can do it here.
Oh, come on, you modest girl. Show us something.
Okay. She's gonna use detect undead, or detect magic, I mean.
It doesn't seem to work.
Can't do it here. Seems doesn't want to work.
She's also trapped in a glass box of emotion.
The audience.
In a way,
is
everyone
shocking
is.
In ways snickering at you. She turns to look at Leofire.
Leofire looks back confused as to why the hell she's on the couch.
So, Leofire. It keeps echoing. Tell us about yourself, Leofire.
Stands up, clears his throat, and I'm not going to sing this because I have a shitty singing voice.
Thank you.
However, I will read it off and you put it in your heads because you guys probably know the song.
Oh,
He starts with,
bunch of coke.
I come...
Sorry.
I thought about it. Well, going with what Sarah started with, he goes into and starts saying, I come from a land down under.
I know, I started singing that myself when she was saying that.
Where the beer does flow and men chunder. Hear the thunder. You better run, you better take cover. And at that point, he dives behind the couch.
Oh shit. Just gets stormed by like a wave of
tries
chunder.
to flip it.
Be a terrible way to go.
I could have sworn I had a copy of that song. But I don't seem to have it in my library.
He tries to flip the couch. I
And
don't think it's going to work. I don't think it can work. He's weak.
No, too many people are on the couch. You can't flip the couch like that.
Yeah. But his attempt is there. After that, he just pops up at it again and shrugs.
Unless there was a different name to the song that I'm thinking of. Let's see.
I was going off of.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would have gone through the entire song, but that would have taken too long.
No, it's just like I could have sworn I had a copy of that song, but I can't find it. Unless I'm not thinking of the right name. Huh. Maybe the only reason I've heard it on demand is because it's on one of the like Saints Row or Saints Row album. When you turn on the radio on Saints Row, I think one of the Saints Row games has it on 80s radio.
Oh, if you want to play it, I put it on Discord.
Oh, awesome. Oh, that's right. It was Men at Work.
From 2 to 5, you can
Ah,
get your
stupid
favorite
advertising.
stuff for just $1 each.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks. No, I think that I was starting to sing that too. Now she looks over at Hector. So what about you?
What about me?
Yeah, what about you?
I saw a box once. That's how I remember. Now I'm here.
Look, he's a simple man with simple pleasures.
He goes woof and scratches his butt.
Don't we all?
We don't talk about butt touching here.
But
He also
butt-
lists his balls.
Nothing
There
wrong
we
with any of that.
I told you that in confidence.
You are talking to a cat girl.
A cat girl with horns
Sure.
and shaggier fur than you would expect on a cat.
And 7
Demon
sharp
cat
teeth.
girl.
So, do cat girls do it doggy style?
She doesn't respond to this.
It's an Eddie Izzard sketch, wasn't it?
The true question, does dogs do it cat style?
I don't know what cat style is.
So, importantly, male cats have barbed penises. So, probably not. Probably not is the answer.
Well, dogs and a lot of other creatures have bones in their penises, so humans don't.
Don't pigs have corkscrews or some shit?
Anyway,
Look,
Those are ducks.
Yeah, ducks have explosive corkscrew penises.
Ducks are rapists.
Just like dolphins. God damn it.
Dolphins and ducks are rapists.
It's true.
Because a female of a duck
I
has the
believe we're
opposite.
saying all of this in character as well.
The female of a
Both of you guys
duck.
got me as a character.
The female of a duck has the opposite entrails of a male duck's penis. So they're they're opposite. So a duck shoves it in there.
Hence the exploding part.
Yes.
You can look it up. I wouldn't advise it, but you can. If you
Yeah,
want to be
rather
horrified.
not. Thank you.
I think the only case of recorded homosexual necrophilia in animals was also a duck. As
Ducks
you
are
do.
gonna try to kill us all.
I'm sure that happens plenty of times in other creatures. Besides humans.
Sure, it's just not recorded.
At any rate, let's stay on topic here. Thorin then looks over at Val, who's in a box. And what about you?
I mean, you want to know about my history?
Yes.
So, I grew up in Darkhaven. I don't know if you know anything about Darkhaven, but Darkhaven is not a nice place. However, you know, even in the bleakest of places, you can find a modicum of happiness, I suppose. And I've always enjoyed learning. So, when I was picked up by a wealthy gentleman who promised me the world, I couldn't help but jump at it. Things didn't go exactly as expected, though, and I apologize, but you're going to have to leave a girl with a little mystery left as to what exactly happened there. But needless to say, I am now the well-adjusted person that has been trapped in a glass cage inside of possibly an alternate dimension, inside of another alternate plane, playing a game of some kind.
The audience actually chuckles at your misery.
Well, yes, humor is an excellent way to diffuse such ennui. I don't know. Perhaps ennui is not the right word.
No, we just enjoy suffering.
That's Schadenfreude.
So you ventured into a terrible situation?
Terrible situation like being trapped in this box, or do you mean terrible situation that caused me to become this well-adjusted individual that traps themselves in a glass box?
This well-adjusted individual.
So, turns out that wealthy individuals capable of stocking a mystic library are not necessarily interested in women for what's in their heads so much. But I think that perhaps
Gentleman of leisure.
I'd rather not think about him anymore.
Bard spouts up with a bounce go out wow.
Have any of you guys seen, like, Jessica Jones?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's not going to really... She's going to try and avoid talking about it as much as she can. She'll say, firstly, that it's probably not the sort of conversation that an audience such as yours would be perhaps entertained by. After all, I presume they are here to be entertained.
Of
Bard
course.
speaks up and points out that they've watched us almost die many, many times, and they laugh.
Sure, but suffering is funny when looked at it askance.
Suffering is suffering. And these guys are assholes.
Okay. So tell us about yourself. If you would be so kindly.
What does a gorgeous cat like yourself doing here?
Boy, you hear on
Looking up
everything
people's-
with a pulse.
Oh,
I'm trapped in a glass box of emotion. I'm going to use that to respond to almost everything.
Myself, oh, that's just a sword tail. She kind of whips her hand in the air. I loved, I laughed, I ran around, and finally I ended up here.
Yeah.
Being a half-baked hostess.
Wow. That's rude.
I almost drowned because of her. Leave me be.
I got stabbed. It's fine. These things happen. But, I don't suppose you could tell us where here is.
She ponders that for a moment. Why, if I recall correctly, and she puts a clawed finger to her lips, you're in a trap. Her voice goes soft at that.
Oh, shit.
I don't like surprises.
Thank Walter from Jeff Dunham for my character's reaction.
I think more accurately, it would be that I am trapped in a glass box.
Of emotion.
There we are.
in this trap?
Oh, yes. Yes, we've been in this trap, you might say, for a long, long time.
Is there any way we can get out?
She ponders that again and kind of puts her arms around Leofire and Sarah at the same time. I'll tell you what. You keep playing and you might be able to get out of here.
That doesn't sound like.
It seems like you have a thing for entertaining. Do you like it? We could offer a proposition for you if we could all get out of here.
And getting out of here will all depend on you.
What do you want us to do?
You must win the game.
What are the win conditions?
She kind of puts her hand out and kind of side to side. Of course, it doesn't mean all of you will be winning.
I really already feel like a winner.
And why
No,
is
wait.
that?
No, wait, the other thing.
I'm a loser, baby.
I'm trapped in a glass box of emotion.
She's actually singing that, by the way.
Anachronisms. You're not allowed to anachronize like that.
She is. I'm surprised she hasn't started.
Gauche.
I'm surprised she hasn't started talking through the fourth wall yet.
Oh, very
But
gauche.
she's rolling her eyes at nothing in particular at the moment. She stopped singing. So,
Can I go now?
So, apparently this one doesn't talk. She looks back at Hector.
Hello. What
He's not
if
sharing-
we make a deal with you?
He's not sharing the details of his homeland with the audience, and she talked right over your question.
I'm in exile. I don't have a homeland. They killed my woman, so I killed them back.
Tragic.
Yeah, who knew? Werewolves
Such a
aren't
tragic-
really looked highly upon in my society.
Werewolves?
Oh, how
I think
rude
you-
of me. Transpecies wolf people. You gotta be PC about it.
Sarah, somehow, even though nothing has changed, at the same time, your dress just seems a bit more fruffier, with more frills.
Mine?
Stairs.
So it seemed to get poofier and all that.
She's going to be such a
Poofier,
wonderful woman.
frillier. It's like it's not even a choice of suddenly it's changed. It's just more of you suddenly noticed that it wasn't the same way it's been, before now. It's just suddenly you're taking notice of the fact that it's frillier and poofier.
Jesus.
There's no limit to the amount of frills and poofs you can have attached to a dress. You can just keep going infinitely.
All right. Thorn jumps up from the couch and stretches her body. So, on to the next round.
Is there any
Here we
way I
go
could
again.
tell why it's getting bigger? Would I need to roll something?
No, it's just that it just seems like it's now bigger than it was. It
Hmm.
doesn't seem to have any apparent cause. It's just suddenly you're aware of the fact that it's slightly bigger. It's like, you look away from something, you put your hand back on it, and suddenly it's slightly bigger than it was 5 seconds ago when you last put your hand on it.
You're
Uh-huh.
sending.
Okay.
That was a pretty odd, like, thing to say off left field.
Yeah, I suddenly realized how it could be construed and like, Anyway, if nobody has anything to add, we shall be moving on.
I'm just kind of, but I thought I heard someone start talking, then it just kind of went off. Kind of like if you pluck a guitar string and then quickly slap your hand down on it to cease the vibration.
It's probably internet troubles on your end.
My internet sucks.
Yeah, I had to change up some of the stuff because some of the stuff was written specifically for Yuki, such as there was supposed to be a thing where the couple of you were on the couch while Yuki and somebody of Yuki's choice was in an arena fighting stuff. But since there's no Yuki, I'm just gonna skip that part.
All right.
I get up, stretch, and attempt to make my way over to the glass box of emotions.
There's nothing stopping you from stepping over to Val's box.
What?
I am now at the box. I am now poking my finger through the box to tickle Val's nose.
Who said you could put your hands in my box?
Said I couldn't.
I mean, it's an incredibly rude thing to do to a lady.
Emotions need poked.
What an incredibly bad way of saying things.
Emotions need poked, boxes need opened. It's the way life works.
And suddenly there are 2 buttons on either side of Val's box within Leo Fire's reach.
Don't push my buttons. Don't think of my box. I warn you.
Looks at the box.
One button is
Looks at
red,
the buttons.
one button is blue.
Oh, red
Sarah,
pill, blue pill.
Sarah, there's also a green button in your hand, and Hector, there's a purple button in your hand.
Purple button.
My card's looking at the 2 buttons in front of him, back to Val, back to the box, back to the buttons, before slamming hands on both buttons.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that.
Screw reality!
You just swipe both pills and eat them. Ah! How'd you like me now, Morpheus?
There's a twin jets roaring inside of Val's box. One of them is blasting cold air, the other one is blasting heat. They meet in the middle, they completely ruffle Val's hair and push her down towards the bottom of the box as they collide together, creating a storm of some kind over her head.
Sadness and stress and other forms of turmoil. Shall we work through this therapeutically?
My emotions!
Are running rampant!
Oh!
I felt
pushed a button.
I kind of feel sorry for poor Mythos, who's completely missing out on all this.
I'm surprised he's still here, if he is. Yes, he
I'm
is.
fine. I'm just kind of half trying to work on our law system. Kind
Ah,
of.
cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
I mean,
So,
oh, fine.
what did you do, Hector?
I pushed the purple button I have.
All right, the purple button. Val, from your point of view, Yeah, everything seems so hopeless and horrible.
Yeah, the bard laughing and waving in front of you.
My emotions. They're in turmoil.
I'm gonna press the green button.
Everything is even more horrible. You feel like you're soiling yourself in there in that box.
Oh no. And everyone can see because it's a glass box. One of the more important characteristics of the glass box. Glass.
So this box deals with his emotions, correct?
Oh no.
I'm gonna go walk up and are you still in front of the box, Leo Fire?
Yes.
I'm gonna kick you out of the way.
Rude.
Rude.
For knife damage.
What would that be? Reflex?
Yes.
Dodge.
I dodged nimbly before turning and sticking my tongue out and pulling my eyelid down. And then running back to push Hector's button.
Hector, don't let him.
What's the button do?
It deals with her emotions. Don't let it. Don't let him hit it.
My emotions.
What's purple do? What's
Don't-
the
Who knows?
What's the purple motion? I push the button again.
God damn it.
Let me just whisper this over to Val. Oops.
What we got? My entire existence stretches out before me, forever occluded by this glass box.
Sarah's just gonna tap on the glass for you to look at her.
It's not doing anything. I keep smashing the button over and over.
Hector! I swear to God, you don't get any bones.
What? The button ain't doing anything.
It's making her more depressed.
No! The omnipresent spectre of depression. Suicidal ideation. Oh no. But I'm trapped in this glass box. It's not even possible. I'd have to swallow my own tongue or something.
Don't be doing that. We still need you. You are our friend. Keep your emotions in check.
I am pretty sure Val would like to beg to differ at this point.
I know we have two idiots. But we all go through hard times.
I stand up and then accidentally drop the button.
Does my character just explode? Or like
No.
implode into a tantrum
No,
spiral or something?
It just lands button side down.
Of course.
No, once it's pressed in, it's not like constant. It just it's a
Okay.
click rather than a hold.
Sure. Do you want me to
Here,
roll something? I don't feel like I can accurately act out the level of depression that is supposed to be happening.
And Leo, you can't find any chairs. The judges are all missing. And there's no table or chairs either anymore.
Can I convince someone to help me lift the couch?
Is everybody now in a glass box, like conceptually or in reality, now that all of the like stage has disappeared? Or
No, the stage is still there. It's just the judges are all gone. Thorn is
Okay.
still there. She's over in her chair on the desk again. What would you
Hector,
like
help
to
me
do,
move
Val?
this couch.
There is no couch.
The couch is bolted down to the floor.
Ah,
There is no floor.
That depressed, huh? There's no floor for you?
We're trapped inside of a trap. None of this exists.
it's trapception.
It may not exist, but you're real, aren't you?
A good question. How would I know?
Pinch yourself.
Because if you weren't,
I'm
wouldn't
trapped
you
in a
not-
glass box.
Bite
I
your
walk-
tongue.
I walk up and I shove my bone tail inside of one of the holes and poke him.
That is very dirty.
Yeah, I feel as
Yeah.
though my character is not in a mood capable of making the joke that needs to be made, but you guys can make it all yourselves in your heads.
We just
that
penetrated
real?
her emotions.
Pow, right in the emotions.
Alright.
Okay. Well, it's time to open this this glass box of emotions up. Hector, let's break it.
How?
No,
Hector,
Hey.
hit it really, really hard.
My
no,
head?
but are we sure it's even locked?
You know.
Are you wanting to waste time to find out?
You're
I mean, I
right.
presume that I would have gotten out if it had been.
You haven't tried. Have you?
I was told that I couldn't move.
And yet you're pushed to the floor. There's still some room then.
Yeah, you can look
I'll
around if
try
you
and get out
want.
of the box. I will try and get out of the box. What do you want me to roll, or does it not matter?
Would you like to look around, roll escape artist, or anything like that?
I've got escape artist.
Hector, as you look into the box that Val is trying desperately to escape from and failing, you notice that just outside of the foot that Val has kept on the ground all this time, there is a small yellow button.
Oh, look, no button. I'm going to and pick it up.
No, you can't. It's in the glass box with Val.
Okay. Well, wait, it's
Push
in the
the button.
box? Oh, there's a button right there. Step on it.
I'm going to step on the button.
You suddenly feel this utter elation as the box just opens around you. The sides falling out onto the people who are standing around the box.
Crushing them.
Boy, you had the release right there the whole time.
You opened up to us! Yay!
Group hug.
Just to dodge the wall. And see, only you can let yourself out of your own emotional turmoil.
Run
We're just
something.
here to- we're here. We're here to
Couldn't have
support
done
you.
it without you, Hector.
The prize tray
Yeah.
comes around and is now offered to Hector. Hector, pick from one of these fabulous prizes.
I want the bag.
All right. Roll a 1d4. She actually says that.
Alright, does a magic dice appear out of nowhere?
No, but apparently she's waiting for something. GM says out of character, roll a 1d4.
That was me.
You have a ball, since only Hector's roll counts. You have a 4th level bag of holding.
Dang.
Fourth level? What?
Bag of holding.
Like
Yo,
the best bag of holding possible.
That sounds fucking dope. Yes. Gotta upgrade that. Right, don't put old bag holding inside new bag of holding because they explode.
I thought it was the bag of holding the portable hole that explode.
Oh wait, I already have one. A 4th level one.
Oh, yeah.
Now you got two of
I
them.
have two.
They could put one inside of the other.
No. I go have this one for my bones.
Hector, have you ever considered what happens if you turn a bag of holding inside out?
I'm not gonna try it.
Lots of
Bag is
apples.
exploding. Bag is exploding.
More like imploding, but Val, Leo Fire's trying to hug you with his wet body.
That's fine. I'm outside of my box now.
My wet clothes would fail. My
I'm
shoes
not
make me fall.
resisting you. You
No,
can
I was
hug me if you
actively
want.
trying to grapple you. I was actually trying to grapple you to hug you.
Alright then, you've grabbed me.
Hug.
I'm not gonna try and resist you.
That's a good
Good.
girl.
You're not resisting.
this is weird for Leo. It's never happened before.
Instead of stop resisting, he's getting start resisting.
Next round? Question mark.
Everyone is clapping.
Is that a question?
Sorry. Everyone is clapping, and then all of a sudden, they're all gone.
See,
And you look
they
around,
weren't real.
and the walls are so much closer to you than they were before. And then you look
I
around
think your
again,
emotion caught up to us.
and the floor is strewn with skulls and long bones and broken ribs and all sorts of stuff like that. There are numerous holes inside the walls as you look around yourself.
I look at Val. I think your emotions caught up to us.
Are we back where we started?
Nope.
Is it night? Are we being eaten by the swarm?
No. It's the box.
There is a sudden whirring noise, and the walls start moving towards you.
Oh,
Spot
sons of
checks.
bullshit.
I'm gonna try and spot something before I'm crushed to paste.
Upon hearing
Shall
it,
I
I'm
roll?
trying to find an. I'm trying to escape. I'm dropping Val and going to escape.
Val sees nothing. Leo
No.
Fire, you see that each of the little tiny holes has spikes in them. And the spikes are slowly moving out of their holes.
Yep, Leo Fires just starts yelling, "Nope, nope, 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 nope! Screw this shit, nope!" and starts trying to escape.
Escape to where?
Away! There's there's a way to escape from everything.
Unfortunately, you can't just
Including
roll escape
emotions.
artist and like teleport.
This is Yuki.
I see nothing.
Okay.
Hector, do you see anything and/or smell anything?
I did a spot check. I don't know if it counted for anything.
You can see the same
Well-
thing as Leo Fire, sorry.
Do you smell anything?
The dead the bones laying around here. They're still being
Smells
pushed towards the
death.
middle.
If the bones are pushed towards the middle,
That means
wait,
you
are
went-
they broken up or are they like some are in good pieces?
Some of them are broken up, some of them are in pieces. Sorry, some of them are fine. Like the skulls are all intact, for the most part. Some of them look like they had piercing wounds through the backs of them, but beyond that, the skulls look fairly intact. So that means that the walls are not going to crush you to death. However, there are enough spikes around that it will be impossible to avoid them when the spikes are close enough.
Hmm.
No,
So
my
is it
escape
co-
artist was more along the lines of looking for and trying to get out after finding. Would that be a spot?
That would be a spot.
Okay. So I need to do that spot first.
I'll look around real fast.
All right.
All the while yelling, "Nope, nope, nope! Fuck this shit! Not dying today!"
We all need to do it.
Is there anything in amongst with the skeletons?
They're just skeletons laying around there. There are many
So they
long
died naked.
bones. Either that or their clothing has disintegrated. All natural fibers, kind of like what you're wearing now.
Yeah, but I don't know that we're in the real world with real decay. So
Well, you didn't see any clothes on those other skeletons, but then again, they could have
That's
been
true.
looted. Okay. There are plenty of long bones around that the people with spot checks above 15 are noticing. And there seems to be a slight gap in one corner where the mechanism is not quite aligned.
I look at.
I didn't notice any of that. So
Hector did, I believe.
I got 25 on the roll. Think
Yep.
I did.
I look over, say, and then I look at Hector. Hey, you want to break something?
Ooh, what?
Let's use one of these bones and jam it into gear.
wait, is the mechanism open?
The mechanism is a slight gap that a shard of bone might be able to be pushed into and to make it stop, perhaps.
Yeah, let's
Do
start
it.
getting bones in there.
You need to make sure it's the long ones.
That's what she said. Ha!
Yeah.
Grabs
Yeah.
a bone and hey, because she doesn't need a long one. I have it. All right, let's go. Grabs a bone and shoves it into the gear.
I am right behind him, grabbing another bone and shoving it into a same gear.
Try
Let's
to
see.
Try to
Roll
get the fattest
reflex.
one to get.
Reflex.
Reflex.
My second highest stat.
Boy.
Let's see if you guys fail.
That worked.
They both succeeded at the same time. So there's a grinding sound, and there's a chunk, and it looks like that side of the wall has stopped moving. However, the other wall is still pressing forward towards the center.
I will
Same
try.
process.
Move over to
Second
where
verse,
we
same
at,
as the
guys.
first.
There doesn't appear to be any gaps in the other wall.
So, if this comes to the center of the room, there won't be enough space for us to just lie up against the wall that we've blocked. Then
There would be, actually. But you have to scrunch
It would-
together. Right now you're all kind of wandering around.
I think we should scrunch together.
Yeah.
Group hug!
No, group hug would
Truly.
get some of you out. You'd have to line...
Group hug into
basically,
the wall!
So I'll just scrunch together.
now, everyone roll a will save.
Don't reload.
Thank you.
Thank Jesus.
Woohoo! You all succeed. None of you are panicked enough to leave your spot as the other wall comes sliding to its eventual stop, and then starts retracting backwards.
You must have really high wisdom, Leo.
Oh yeah,
He does.
21. Monk, baby.
Wait, you're a monk bard?
Yes!
He's a
All
former
right.
monk. Yep. He grew tired of the life and decided to take up barding.
Uh-huh.
I just finished watching
Well,
Iron Fist, so now all I can think of is Iron Fist. After the end of that season, picking up the bagpipes and wandering around with them. And that's Leo Fire was
Yes.
born.
Exactly.
Such a great origin story.
I'm the best superhero.
I mean, being rich is a superpower.
Yeah,
Only
you
for
got-
Tony Stark.
You guys forget Tony Stark, Batman, Oliver Queen. Got some great ones. Then you have ones
Yeah.
who are leaders of things, like you've got the Black Panther and everything.
And, of course, Doctor Doom!
No, that's... Black Panther and Doctor Doom aren't really fair comparison to the other ones, because their wealth is the wealth of their state.
Yeah, but Doctor Doom is, like, an absolute monarch, and therefore he does have a lot of money.
So it's not really. Yeah, and I'll give Dr. Doom the props because the White Panther god of Wakanda said the world would be better if Dr. Doom was in control.
Oh yeah.
Never argue with the White Panther god.
Anyway, are we all killed or not?
No, you're not. You're fine. The wall's retracted. The wall's retracting away.
Great success.
We all would have died.
Holds my hand up to high five Hector.
Okay, Sarah,
Good job,
I'm gonna
Hector.
mute so I can talk.
I think it's
The room is as you guys close your eyes and hug. You hear the audience cheering and clapping again. And then Sarah and Val, you're now on the couch. Well, I don't know about you folks, says Thorn, but I thought that was very ingenious. Leofire, Hector, you are now contestants in the next special round. Suddenly, you are in front of microphones.
Is it
Aha!
karaoke?
It will be a singing competition!
well, that hardly seems fair.
I'm going to get
It's
the ball right
not.
now.
Can I suggest Elvis Presley's Hound Dog?
It's a choice, but I have a plan.
Oh, I see.
You can't have a plan. I don't have a plan.
Good
I'm a
luck.
bard. I'm supposed to have a plan when it comes to music.
Music starts floating in the air. And words start appearing in front of you on a special screen. Each of you must sing this song. Go!
I've got a lovely.
It's
it's always that. It's always going to be that.
So hold on. Roll perform.
Yes.
Hector Nat Stunning.
That go through.
Oh, it's a good one this time.
Oh shit!
Let's see if the bard rolled low. Bard?
Is that not going through?
Huh?
For some reason. None of them are going through.
Echo,
Your
echo.
internet's about to collapse.
Oh wait. Wow.
Leofire, somehow you trip over the song, and Hector
No, I'm
beats
not
you.
understanding this. I was clicking everything and nothing was happening. And
Jesus.
then
It's come through now. You were lagging, presumably.
I literally clicked about 20 times on one of my perform checks, so... What?
Excuse me.
And the one that came through was Bagpipe, because that was the only one I didn't click. And after the last one I clicked in, it went through.
Alright.
I will accept...
Everybody's cheering on the leap in and chanting, Hector! 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 The prizes are brought back over to you again.
Bard hangs his head in shame and walks away.
Some days you roll a 3.
What's the remaining prizes?
The remaining prizes is that weird crystallized starburst looking thing, the weird eye looking thing, and the deck. The deck of many
Okay.
things.
What's this deck of many things? I've never heard of that.
It's a deck of many headaches and delays.
It's super powerful, but it will kill you.
Explain it. Explain it. You're the one that reminded me that I have to have a deck of many things in the prize box.
The way for me to describe it is that I have a generator save for when I'm at, and I'll just link it, and then he can draw 3 cards from it.
Well, so basically, the Deck of Many Things has a bunch of powerful effects. Some of them good, some of them bad.
Like raising your level or killing you instantly.
Yeah.
Killing you instantly?
Yes.
So use Death Ward when you use it.
I don't know that Death Ward prevents the actual Grim Reaper from taking your soul.
Yeah, you have to.
GM says no. The deck of many things will trump your death word.
Like, no, I've actually pulled this. I've had the deck in my hand, and I threw it at the boss. 4 cards landed face up. One of them was death, another one was the one that takes your soul and traps it somewhere, and the other one was the imprisoned one. And he leveled it, and the boss leveled up.
I'm going to take that iBox.
Alright.
No, wait. I'll take the Starburst. The Starburst. Grants me any wish, you say.
Nah.
You can get a stronghold.
She claps. It is nice and warm in your hands.
I put it in my new bag of holding. Pow. So I just put Starburst Crystal on my.
You could say Crystallized Wish. I have it written down in front of me as Crystallized Wish.
Dang.
Or you could just say to wish. It's just a physical representation of a wish. And apparently you can use it at any time.
I wish I was level 20.
Unfortunately, it has very specific rules on that sort of thing.
So, the Crystallized Wish, I can use it to leave this place right now.
Yep.
I'm gonna hold on to it till we get to our surprises.
You bastard!
I'm reading on this. I want that box.
Would anybody like to fight Hector for his wish?
Hold on, guys.
Yes.
I'd love to have a wish, but I don't want to fight Hector for it.
Let's get that box first.
I'll
Then- Wait, is it a one-time wish?
I think so.
Yes, it is a single wish.
Okay, let's
Wish for a ring of 3 wishes.
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
Hey, it doesn't have anything against it.
Does it?
3 wishes, just to clear.
Evidently, this wish will allow you to do that.
Oh, no.
All right, then.
Most wishes will not allow you to wish for more wishes, but this one will allow you to wish for a ring of 3 wishes.
What is
I
going
For all of
on?
us, wish for all of us to have a ring over your wishes.
All right,
Evidently, that will not work.
Damn.
One
magic
Okay, so if I wish for a full ring of 3 wishes,
You get 3
can I
wishes.
can I use that ring to get another prize? To wish for another prize?
Yes.
All right. I want to use my crystallized wish, and I want the eyeball box.
You're using it to get the ring,
No.
the ring of 3
Yeah.
wishes, correct?
Yeah. I'm
Then-
using the ring of 3 wishes. Yeah.
One
Full
first
ring of
wish.
3 wishes.
The eye box.
Uh-huh.
Second wish.
All right. Let me put the eye box in my bag of holding.
I hesitate to suggest this, but you might want to wish for another crystallized wish.
Will that work?
No, that will not work.
Oh, damn
The
it!
crystallized wish had special properties that allowed you to wish for extra wishes in the form
Yeah.
of the wishing ring.
Yeah, but then you can use the Ring of 3 Wishes to wish for another thing, and you can just constantly bounce backwards and forwards, generating infinite wishes.
So hold on, think of it this way: a crystallized wish would be an unlimited wish. Like there's
Yes.
no rules against it.
Yep,
A
it's already
ring of
been
3
yes,
is
and it's already been used to wish for a ring of 3 wishes.
No,
So-
there weren't. There wasn't an. It wasn't an unlimited wish because he couldn't wish for multiple rings of 3 wishes.
Right.
That's therefore a limitation.
Yeah.
it was more
Okay.
unlimited than a
It's
ring.
just a more arbitrary version of the wish spell.
Okay,
Correct.
so I use it for the eye box, and then I use the second. Okay, you guys ready to leave?
Yeah.
I want that deck.
And then I use the second wish to get all of us out of here. Even
Even-
the kobold.
The goblin, you mean?
Goblin, yeah, even the
So,
goblin.
so you're basically releasing everything from the box. Is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes!
That can only go well.
The Thorn actually cheered at you when you did that. Everything
Fuck
fades
all
away.
of you!
Remember our deal.
They're all
And s-
you're
and
all dead.
suddenly-
You've been picked clean by the swarm, you pieces of shit.
You were inside.
I can only hope
you were
that I haven't.
inside Sector 1. It's all protected by a
It only been recently reprotected. They're all the skeletons around the area. They were killed by the swarm. If they
No,
weren't
they
killed
weren't.
by Star,
You're killed by her.
Anyway, well, at least they weren't killed by anything recent. They were here a long time, trapped underneath there.
You're killed by her.
Well, is she
And we
coming
are
with us?
slowly exiting the realm.
Mhm.
You released everything from. You wish to release everything from the box. Everything is now outside of the box. The box then ceases to exist. The box. You see the box basically crumbling to dust, and you have Thorn standing there. You guys are all awake. Mythos, you were standing there when everybody suddenly came back and the box disintegrated. Plus, now there's a weird cat lady with horns standing there.
And the bard's
disappeared for
crying.
5 minutes, and look what you've come back with.
You're all wearing your normal equipment and everything like that. There's no injuries on any of you, except that you now have a strange crystal that on Sarah, and Hector has the other prizes.
Sarah's gonna whistle, so the bone claw immediately starts to move with Dagoff.
The goblin that you found wasn't aligned to you.
Can I
and
start
was now
combat against Thorn?
terrified.
Yep, I'm gonna have the little skeleton that I could raise just to go over there and hug it out.
Can we start combat against Thorn? Or are you guys not up
wish
for?
to attack Thorn.
No, I'm
Is
like,
Thorn evil?
no,
Like, is she gonna
we don't
attack
know
us?
yet. We don't know yet, but we need to be cautious. So I'm gonna say, remember our deal. We helped all of us get out.
Yeah,
Even
I did
including
just
you.
free her.
So
She stretches and starts looking around and hops
You
out
like-
of the building and is looking up at the sky. It's been so long.
what do you mean it's been
she
so long?
says, since
Hey,
I got
probably
trapped in
the
that
box for
prison.
eternity.
When did you get trapped in there?
Oh, I don't know. It's been so long. She says.
Why?
Just someone who did not like me.
Oh, I wonder why.
So
You're
would
such
you?
a pleasant person.
So, would you like to be peaceful in all this, and would you like to work at our tavern?
She actually laughs at you for this. And then she reaches over and pats Sarah on the head. Oh, you're funny.
I mean, I could always wish
Funny,
you. I got one
funny,
more.
funny little
I got
Hey,
one more
princess.
wish.
Hector! Shush.
Oh, poor
I have-
Leofire.
Okay. And why is that? Why are you laughing?
Just thinking of you silly little creatures. She just
But
chuckles.
we own this land.
Oh, ownership. She actually starts floating upwards and crosses her legs as she stares down at you.
Did you guys release some sort of evil demigod? What are we up against here? What are you?
I think we released a demigod.
Great. I leave you guys alone for 5 minutes, and this is what
It's my girlfriend, guys.
happened.
She looks over at Mythos and says, I'm Thorn. How are you?
I'm fine. Are you going to be any of trouble to our place? I mean, you can go be of trouble that place, please. But
Well, it depends. I take it the Shadow Queen is still here. She looks up at the sky.
The who?
And she looks back down at Sarah. Oh, just the one who created that box.
Wait, you said the Battle Queen, or?
Shadow Queen.
Oh, the Shadow Queen? You mean the things that come out at night and start killing everything?
I doubt
she
those
shrugs.
things can make a magical box.
I
Hey,
don't
we have
know. I don't know what comes out at night and kills things. But I am
But-
interested in seeing. So there's certainly a flask in her hands. She doesn't appear to have any pockets because she's currently... Well, she's not wearing a suit anymore. She's basically naked, except that you can't see any definition except like little bumps for chest because her fur is so thick. But she's apparently holding a flask and is now drinking from it.
You guys, I think we should rush inside. Oh wait, are we in the city limits?
Yeah, you're inside the sector. You're down. You're basically down here in the corner.
Okay. So they are like shadows because my undead were attracted to them.
Undead shadows. The minor kin of the true shadows.
Hey, Nightshade's gonna
Amazing.
be a big fucking deal.
You guys are
Don't
talking
tell me
over
you don't
each
know
other.
about Nightshades.
Can you repeat what you said, please? Val?
Nightshades are a big fucking deal.
Nightshade.
Shadow Undead.
They're a mediocre deal. I mean, I wouldn't discount them, but I wouldn't call them a major deal.
I mean, they're bigger than we are.
I guess.
It's a big deal for us.
Protection from evil? Boof. They're whatever. I don't care that much.
Can any of
The
you
party
be
is
protection
evil.
from evil since you are evil?
I'm not evil. What are you talking about?
No,
I am
it doesn't-
chaotic neutral. Thank you very much.
The party's evil.
Well, you guys
Some
can
of
get
the
evil.
party is evil.
You
Stop
guys
being such a
can-
party pooper.
Can't just make wild statements about Shadow Undead not being important. I'm
I
sure
didn't say
somebody
what-
is.
I like how off track we got off of this subject.
Look, I'm trying to keep the weasels confused.
Okay, so
In fact, I think I'm just going to leave. Demigod can do whatever she wants. Let's.
All right, Demigod, what are your goals?
so
What are we up
a
to?
Nightwalker is actually part of the Nightshade group. Okay.
Yep.
And she said the undead shadows were a minor thing. She specified it as undead shadow.
Sure.
Hmm.
But, like, Nightwalkers are undead.
She's referring to the shadows that Sarah has, was mentioning.
Hmm.
She said nothing of Nightwalkers.
Fair enough.
Hmm. Okay. Let's-
Now, Mythos, I think it was asking a question to Thorin.
Was I? I think I was just waiting for Thorin to get on with things, or encouraging her to.
And what would you like to know, little artificer?
Well, not really anything in particular, just if you're going to be causing any trouble. I mean,
she's laughing at that as if it's the funniest thing she's ever heard.
I mean, she was locked up in there. Probably is.
Right. I think I'm just going to leave her to do whatever she wants to do.
And this is why you're not mayor.
So, would you like to wait with us so you can see what happens?
do you want that? What are we waiting to happen?
She wants to see the event that undergoes.
Leo Fire, she's hovering well above your heads.
Saying I can't reach up?
She's too far above your heads for you to reach up and touch her.
Okay, well, after my attempt fails, I just continue going on with my business of heading back to where the brewery is being built.
It's 2:20 for me, so I am
Okay.
probably going to have to leave, I'm afraid.
Hmm.
All right. Have a good night. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Yep. Talk to you guys later.
See you later.
Talk to
Yeah.
you later.
Okay.
Okay, we're taking it that Val is decided to wander away from this conversation as well.
Yeah.
Hector, what are you rolling charisma for?
I'm trying to make her like a spy, appealing to her good side.
Wait, what? Did I just hear that correctly?
I
Yep.
just heard appealing to good side, and that's about it.
He wants to be her spy to appeal to her good side.
No, so I want her to like us. I'm trying to see if like I could kind of swoon her into joining us.
And so, how are you going about that?
He's gonna try to woohoo her. That's fine.
He's singing again.
I mean, it worked the first time, did it?
The singing did, yes.
I'm not gonna sing because my performance check is gonna suck. I would. What am I gonna do? What do I have on me? Hold on.
Give her a ring. Give her jewelry.
Do I have any jewelry that I could give her?
Nope.
I offer her a diamond. Nicely
Wasn't-
polished.
She doesn't appear to
Hector have a ring of 3 wishes?
No, don't give her the ring
be.
or three
Still has
wishes.
one wish on that ring.
I do have one wish on that ring.
Yeah.
She doesn't
you
seem
might.
interested in the jewelry you're offering her.
So I guess we're just gonna wait for her until nightfall.
So you guys are not going to talk to her anymore about what she's talking about, or any other questions?
Wait,
Joy?
what was she talking about earlier? About the Shadow Queen?
She said something about the Shadow Queen. Apparently, she was trapped in that box. Apparently, using a wish to get out was something that somebody else had to do. Apparently, because she had not done so.
Hmm. So a Shadow Queen. Never heard of her.
Well, you're not from this land.
Would you like to give us this information about this wretched bitch?
Shadow Queen. Well, she is incredibly powerful, if you want to put it that way. And calling her a wretched bitch would be a mistake. Best is to say, she and I are not friends.
Why is that? Are you beautiful than her? Jealousy does go a long way.
I don't think she even thinks about such things like that.
Then again, if she's a Shadow Queen, she might be a shadow intangible.
Perhaps, but she does have her more materialistic forms when she needs to take them. I have seen her and such.
Like
have
in
no
what
idea
forms?
what- Okay, sorry, can you repeat that?
Like in what forms?
Well, I would say kind of dragony, but not exactly. Excuse me.
And so what are you going to plan to do now?
Oh, I do not know. Do you have any more of your... Sarah, besides the Bone Claw and Dagoth, do you have any more of your undead near you?
Just my shadows. But I'm going to send the greater ones, and I'm just going to keep one of the baby ones with me right now.
Okay. Yeah, the greater... Okay, if you just have one of the lesser ones. She smiles.
And a mindless skeleton.
She smiles out at the lesser one, but the lesser one does not appear to have the intelligence necessary to understand anything. It merely follows commands.
What time of day is it right now?
It's edging towards nighttime.
Hector, do you have your shadows with you?
No, mine's stayed at the city doing miscellaneous things.
You're still in the city. You're on the edge of the sector.
Yeah, well, mine's like near the they stay in the citadel. Just keep an eye on things.
Excellent.
Construction crew goes back during the night, so just in case, because I don't trust it. I'm gonna have the Bone Claw go back, and Dago stay with me.
Did the Dragon Queen have any other names, or is Dragon Queen her sole moniker?
Shadow Queen. Her name is the Shadow Queen.
That's it. No Dark One who raises buildings or anything. Just Shadow Queen.
Thorn seems to think. Sarah, can you mute yourself again, please? Yeah, sorry. Thorn seems to ponder on this for a minute. He says, well, when you meet her, you can ask her.
So does that mean we're going to end up getting tangled up in her because we freed you?
She shrugs her shoulders.
We had to take her out anyway.
Maybe not.
Since we have a common enemy, do you want to force this?
Well, it depends if she's still interested in going after me.
Why do you grant her power? Or
Oh, no. As I said, she and I do not get along. But I grant her no power. Nor does she grant me power.
Interesting.
We would mean nothing to each other if it wasn't for, well, her not liking me, and me not caring for the fact that she trapped me in that box.
To be honest, it seems like there's something more than you're letting us know.
Well, of course there is.
But we'll take your word.
We don't have
And maybe the truth will be revealed later on. Or more of the truth. I mean.
She chuckles.
How about we wait for whatever you're waiting for closer to the Citadel?
Would that be alright, or
That
do we
is
have to stay
fine.
near the edge? Okay.
She appears to vanish from sight.
And I guess she's more at the Citadel. Hurry, let's hurry back.
When you get to the Citadel, you find her leaning against the side of the doorway. Ah, you guys are fairly slow.
Well, we don't have instant teleportation.
And what do you have, little necromancer?
What do I have?
Yes.
She's just gonna whistle for all her undead to appear.
All of them that are not currently working, or all of them entirely?
Except for the ones that are working.
Okay.
I feel like I have minor ones working right now. But some of them are drowned.
Get a sense that the greater shadows are looking at Thorn with a sense of unease. That the greater shadows are not very fond of her for some reason.
Did Ori establish that she's a demi, or are we just thinking she's a demi?
We do not know yet, so I say we should just keep in mind that she might be a demi.
Creature of arbitrarily high power.
Yeah.
So let's not get into this competition of power or whatever.
Margarita, you have immense power.
She kind of waves it off as if you said very little. Oh, it's nothing.
Yeah, let's stop with the brown nosing and just see what she's waiting for. Care to share anything, Florin? Or are we just gonna watch with you?
Oh, I'm just curious about.
Do you know anything about the event of the calling?
Still waiting for you to mute. Okay, wasn't sure because I was in the middle of talking and then you. Stupid friggin' Sorry, I have a hard time with the echoes, especially the later it gets. Let's see here. She was saying she was waiting to see about the swarms that you mentioned. And then Sarah asked about the culling. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Or you say calling?
the calling of what happens with the necromancers and all that, and the undead.
Where?
In this different plane, it's not linked to here. It seems like undead and people who do in the rituals of what my art is are called to a vocal point.
And then what happens to them?
They are never seen. Last time I heard was when a lich was there and never seen again.
Well, maybe they're eaten.
What do you mean?
Consumed, something greater needing their power. Calling them to it and eating them.
Interesting.
Oh, it's just a thought. Who knows what's really going on?
One who devours all. Anyways, it's getting nighttime, so they should be coming out soon. Unless they feel your presence and try to conceal themselves.
Or if our shield actually manages to work.
Oh, the shield's been working for weeks now,
Yeah.
so you're fine.
Unless she wants to get closer or whatever. Whatnot.
Yeah, the sun's starting to go down here. The workers, the people that you basically allowed in, the humans and such, all gravitate inside as it gets to night. It's just a habit that, their ancestors now have been doing for the longest time, so you're not going to be able to break them out of not going out at nighttime anytime soon.
We're okay with that.
Maybe you'll be able to get their kids to, when they have kids, to break out of that pattern, but not these ones. But the humans all go inside, and Thorin kind of just stands there up against the citadel watching the sky. As the normal events start taking place of seeing black shapes up in the sky above the shield.
Sarah's gonna try to, see if she could get, since they are undead.
They're not
She's gonna see
undead.
if-
They're not undead, that's the point. You're not getting an undead feeling from them.
No, if her undead, so they won't run
Okay,
away.
they're undead. But apparently they seem to be coming focused above the shields tonight. So your greater shadows will need to roll. Sorry, yeah, all of your shadows will need to roll a will save.
That includes yours, Hector.
I think I have my space for my shadow to will save. So it's 1d20 plus 15?
Those are for mine. I'll look yours up right now.
Oh, and don't forget I got my fucking ability, whatever.
Yeah. Yours, since you rebuked it, it would have a plus. Okay, I'm gonna whisper it too. Yes.
Alright, and that's including the The points I get for where's it at?
No, that's not including. You include it for yourself.
Where's it under? Is it under my domain?
Huh?
The ability I have.
No, you just roll for it.
I'm trying to remember which one, how much it is. That's what I'm looking for right now.
No, it's a +8 from your stuff. I mean, here, I'll just tell you. There you go. From looking over your... You got a 35, Chris.
All right.
That's actually a good will save.
Yeah, that's
That one's perfect.
very nice with the save. Looks like all of your shadows are standing fast, but they're all kind of shivering, but not in a bad way. As they're watching the storm up above. Thorn is kind of standing there, looking with a strange look on her face. Though since you don't know her very well, it's hard to identify what that look might be. She's just gazing up at the shadows.
Seems like from the movement of them, they are fixed on you.
Oh, of course. She pulls her face into a slight smile.
You got anything to say?
She looks over at you. Oh, you wish me to say something?
Well, they are fixed on you.
Well, of course they are. That means that she knows that I'm out of her box.
Oh, goody.
Now, the true point is, will she appear?
Oh, I guess all that depends. She tilts her head back in a slight grin, gazing up, a slighter grin, just gazing up at the sky. She and I have unfinished business.
Well, hopefully it doesn't ruin the city or civilization that we're trying to build.
Building a city. Building a civilization. What work that is. Anybody?
Well, she said she has unfinished business. And something about the city being... You went too quiet.
I said the city, what work that is.
Well, that's the work that we put in.
We're back.
All right. Well then, Thorin. Excuse me. So do you suppose the Shadow Queen is going to associate with you now? Or do you think if you flit along somewhere else, we'll be free to go?
She laughs. You think the Shadow Queen would care to be interested in you for more than just raw materials, shall we say?
For what? I couldn't hear that. For what, Chris?
I said raw materials. She
Oh,
referred
raw
to you as
material.
Raw materials.
Is she slowly stroking her body when she says this?
No, she actually has her arms folded.
Now, at this point, Leo Fire is not checking on the progress of the brewery, so... After ambling back, he offers her a job.
And she laughs it off.
Completely ignoring the fact that their shadows are...
The shadows all have rapt attention on the sky, but they're not floating up to join anything. But their attention is all wrapped,
No.
kind of.
Ignoring any of the seriousness that was going on, he does offer her a job.
And Thorn just ignores him.
It would be nice for her to show herself so we know what we'll be dealing with.
I think it would be nice if the Shadow Queen did not show herself at all, ever. Just a thought.
True, you may have a point.
Not for
I
don't
think
know.
it would be nice if we shake Cat Lady.
You just want to see her.
Did you just say shave, cat lady?
Shave the Cat Lady.
All of a sudden, all of Thorn's fur has been replaced with tiny little tentacles instead, all waving about. What are your
Interesting.
reactions?
Interesting. Slowly backs away.
Well,
I've read enough of that weird black arts erotic novels to know where this is going.
In another eye blink, the tentacles are replaced back with fur once more.
Well, we don't want any conflict, but we might have to resort if stuff does start happening. We don't want any trouble here.
look, Thorin, if we don't really have anything to offer you, and you aren't really forthcoming with any information, so if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to head off elsewhere and try to look up things about you and this little Shadow Queen. So, clearly you're not going to be any help here. I head off to find the Medusa and kobolds, unless she says something of import.
The Medusa and the kobolds are all up in the boardroom. When they turn to greet you, and you have your attention focused on them, when you look back, you see that Thorn, instead of being down there with the others, is now sitting on top of the table, watching you.
Look at me, Thorn. See this face? It's not surprised at all. I pretty much could have called that if you wanted me to. I mean, that's kind of your whole shtick, is being this aloof thingy. You know what? Whatever. I ignore her. All right, Slinky, Slither, Slinther. Have you ever heard of this Thorn character?
They're now openly staring at Thorn. They're like all very confused as to why she's there and how she got there all of a sudden.
Sarah's gonna walk in and all that. Apparently, what those things are spawned from a Shadow Queen that this individual has conflict with.
Thorin, just use her name. Call her upon us. She's already here.
About thorns.
Waltz? Wolf? You echoed a bit at that.
Lauren walks. Walks. Yep, have conflict with. And apparently they have noticed her. That's where they're amassing above.
Alright. You kobolds said you have records of this place, don't you? I mean...
The scholarly kobold rubs his hands together and turns his eyes away from Thorn and looks back at you. Well, we do have some. We've been keeping records for a long time. Even when even when the shields were much larger around the city.
Good. Then maybe we can come up with something about this character here, since she's not being forthcoming with her past. So, I suppose we're having a day trip to your archives then?
Well, I don't think you are small enough to get into the mountains. The tunnels are not built for humans. They're built for my kind.
Let
Do you
me.
think you could get the books for us?
Well, I can talk to the other scholars and see what they say.
Let's see. I have enlarged person, but I don't have shrink person. What a bummer. All right. Well then, I humbly request that you find whatever records you can relating to the Shadow Queen or Thorn Walks. I can craft you something if you wish. I mean, what you want. But
That will go some way to assisting with the scholars' interest in helping.
all right.
They do love artifacts.
I mean, do you want something more practical or just a little box of food makes 15 for 15 people? I mean, that's always useful.
It does not
Cheap.
matter.
All right. Well, I'll come up with something while you go find the papers necessary.
He agrees to this and goes off to arrange for an escort first thing in the morning.
Yes. But Dorn, do you wish to give us this information, or do we have to look it up?
What kind of information are you interested in then?
Everything that has happened here.
She kind of looks around and waves a hand. Oh, well, this city used to be a great transportation hub between various worlds. They all access each other through a portal network.
Yes, we got that from the architecture over here, and then the portal hubs.
Yes. And then someone foolishly tapped into the Shadow Realm, and the Shadow Queen took interest in this place.
So were you here before the Shadow Queen?
Can you repeat that, please? I couldn't hear you.
Were you here before the Shadow Queen?
I still couldn't hear or make out.
Were you here before the shadow? Were you here before the Shadow Queen?
Here, as in this world?
Yes.
I may have visited once or twice before she ever showed up here. But this is not where we first ran into each other, of course.
Interesting. How did you guys first meet?
She ponders and looks at you and ponders some more. Oh, that is a very deep question. And it's far too long ago to explain easily to one such as yourself. Needless to say, it's been a very long time.
And yet, do you know any of her motives? Let me guess. Planar domination?
You can put it that way, yes. She enjoys conquering new lands.
Typical.
What about yourself? What do you enjoy?
Oh, I enjoy stirring things up and seeing what happens. I do not care for lands.
So you're a trickster.
You
So I
can
take
put it like that, yes.
So I take it you annoyed her to the point where she wants you gone.
Well, she is not fond of such chaos, shall we say.
So she is lawful then, if she doesn't care for that much chaos you bring.
I suppose you can put it that way, yes. But what about you? What would you consider yourself to be?
I'm very unpassive on some decisions, but sometimes you need a backbone in order to get some stuff done.
No, I mean on the side of law or chaos.
I do not know yet. I will find out later when I get older.
Ah, age. Age is but a number.
Yep. But internal life you could get. Or internal suffering.
Life.
Death. Just the minor things that could be in the way.
So, you're now controlling this area.
Yes.
And what
I'm
are
gonna
you...
have to. I'm gonna be heading off. I'm starting to nod off on my end.
Okay.
So we should finish it up here.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you saying, Chris?
What? I said we should finish
What?
up here.
No, you're in the middle of saying something.
And I'm now completely spacing on what it may have been.
I don't really think it was anything. I think it was just small talk.
Yeah, I think it is too.
What's it?
Well, Thorn, I guess I invite you to stay, but other than that, I suppose we have real business to attend to. Otherwise, like crafting things for those lovely kobolds who are going to give me real information on you. Maybe. Possibly.
Oh, what did
Probably.
we attend of doing here, is what she asked.
Yes.
Make money. Get richer. Be more powerful. That sort of stuff.
Want to restore the city back to its former glory. Or better.
Basically.
Right.
I mean,
Power,
Thumb your nose at the Shadow Queen. How fascinating.
and yet, if we get stronger, you might be able to take her down or challenge her. Only time will tell.
I don't really think we have an enmity with the Shadow Queen as yet. I mean, we are helping Thorin or whatever, but I mean,
And
we haven't even met
if she
this
becomes
Shadow.
a problem,
Shadow
either
Queen
we
is-
could take it, either we could talk it out, or we might have to show her where
Yeah.
we stand.
We might have a problem with Pelor, but I'm not saying, hey, let's go punch Pelor in the face now.
But Shadow Queen is kind of causing all those creatures to come.
They are her children. And they are part of her.
And yet, they need to learn discipline.
How fascinating you put it like that, considering someone who you just described as lawful.
Yes, but that doesn't mean you have to teach every one of your children. All of them could lose that. They don't have to follow in your directions. As basically a queen or a mother, you have to direct them.
But you are thinking in terms of your species.
That is
Of your
true.
people. And not something as alien to you as she.
And yet, even aberrations are more scarier than her for some reason.
What'd you say?
Aberrations are more scarier than her.
We haven't even met her. I still don't get why you keep making these assumptions. I mean, come on now. We know literally her name at this point, and that she's dragony-ish.
And
You
yet,
actually only
she
know
doesn't
her
strike
ti-
fear.
You only know her title, not her name.
Well, yeah, same difference.
And yet, even her title doesn't strike fear yet. For some reason, these shadows do really love the Horde.
Of course, they are her children.
Hmm. Interesting. Not everything can be her child. guess we could leave it off here.
Yeah, that works for me.
Because I see Shadow playing RuneScape.
I'll pay attention though.
And I had my head back with my eyes closed for a minute.
Yeah.
All sorts of
I
notebooks
could
and
tell.
notepads covered around my desk.
So did we get experience or?
I'll hand an experience next session for all this, along with the experience gathered between